Maybe not, she mumbled as he opened the truck door and slid her across the seat before getting into the truck, sliding it into gear, and heading home. She was silent then, staring out the window as though she were interested in what they passed. As he pulled into her driveway, she stared at the house silently, her expression somber. "Sometimes, I'm very lonely here," she suddenly said as he cut the motor and clenched the steering wheel furiously. "You didn't have to stay alone," he told her hoarsely. "Yeah, that's what Kira and Sienna seem to think." She sighed deeply, still staring at the house. As Noah winced. "Why did you stay after he died?" he asked. She didn't turn to look at him, just stared at her home, the grief on her face twisting his soul, wringing it dry. Finally, she said, "It's home." Shaking his head, he got out of the truck and strode to the door she was pushing open. He lifted her from the truck, steadied her, and helped her to the house. "You can't come in," she told him. "Sabella, this is the wrong damn time to push me." He'd just about had enough. He'd had enough of the hollow grief raging inside him, and the hunger ripping him apart. "I'm drunk." "Are you going to take advantage of me?" she asked him blithely as he unlocked the door and led her inside. "Not tonight. Maybe I'll take advantage of you tomorrow night instead." He caught the little pout on her lips as she gave him a glare. "You're being very mean to me, Nathan. I think you should know that." He almost flinched as she used his real name in her tipsy state. She couldn't know what she was saying. A slip of the tongue, he reminded himself. A ragged, pain-filled groan nearly tore from his chest though. She said it so easily as she stumbled against him. Just as she would have years before when she was put out with him. As though she knew, or sensed the truth. He lifted her into his arms again and carried her up the stairs, but his throat was tight with emotion. The hollow emptiness that had filled him for so long now seemed to overflow with feelings, with emotions, with grief. He laid her in their bed, watching as her head settled on the pillow, her lashes fluttering drowsily. He untied her boots and set them carefully by the bed. He pulled her jeans from her, and because he knew she hated sleeping in a bra, he unhooked it and removed it from beneath her shirt. She stared up at him. "You can take advantage of me. I promise not to get mad." Later, he promised her as he sat on the bed beside her. "Would you hold me?" Hold her? When everything inside him was screaming for so much more. But it wasn't so little to give her, when he had taken so much from her. He pulled his boots off, moved to his side of the bed, and lay down beside her before pulling her into his arms. "I have nightmares," she whispered as he tucked her against his chest. "I know, baby." He undid her braid, worked her hair loose. "I see blood," she told him. "My hands are covered in blood. And you're crouched in front of me." "You are. Then Nathan is. Then you. Then Nathan is drifting away and you're still there. And suddenly I'm you, and the pain is so bad. And all I feel is you thinking about me. Begging me to save you as I dance in front of you and tempt you to take me. But it's not me. And it's so frightening, Noah." He flinched. God, she had seen into that hell. The temptation Fuentes had brought him in the women that so resembled Sabella. He was pumped on the horse dust, so aroused it was a clawing pain, but knowing the women brought to him weren't his wife. "I didn't save him," she murmured as she slipped off to sleep. "He begged me to save him, and I couldn't." Her voice thickened with tears and with sleep. "I couldn't save him." She finally relaxed against him as he bent his head over hers and held her tight. "You saved him," he whispered into her hair. She had no idea how she had saved him. The man he had been didn't exist any longer, but the man that loved Sabella, that ached for her, that had endured hell because of his vows to her, had survived. He rocked her when she whimpered in her sleep, comforted her, and held her. He stared into the darkness and wished he could cry himself. Because she had suffered when he had thought she could go on. Because Grandpop had been right. He had loved her until at times he swore he could feel the beat of her heart next to his own. But he knew Grandpop had been right about the eyes. Because in the memories of the hellish existence he had lived, he had remembered seeing images that weren't there. He would be in his bedroom, staring into the mirror, staring at Sibella. And it seemed his Sibella had stared through his eyes as well. Straight into hell. His arms tensed, tightened around her. He tilted his head back and forced himself to breathe through the pain, to hold back the agony welling inside him. Sibella. He whispered her name, breathed her in. She shifted against him. Sleeping, sensual, tempting. I missed you, Irish. And he ignored the single tear that fell from the corner of his eye. The pain. The loss. She knew. Deep inside where she refused to see who he was, she knew, because that bond was still there. Those vows were still there. By staying away from her, he had left her drifting between reality and hell. Still bound to him, yet alone, facing the nightmares without him by her side. Enduring. Even when she had glimpsed the horror he had lived through. And he had thought his wife wasn't strong enough to face what had happened to him. Hell, he had a feeling his wife was far stronger than anyone knew. Perhaps, in her heart, in her soul, she was stronger even than him. She was warm. Sibella shifted in the bed, almost moaning at the sense of warmth that surrounded her. Noah's arms were wrapped around her, holding her close, his head tucked above hers just like Nathan used to do. It must be a male thing, she decided. Nathan had been her only lover, so of course she would notice it. One leg was thrown over hers, her head rested on his arm, the other arm was lying over her waist, holding her to his chest. She couldn't escape him if she wanted to. And she so didn't want to. She wanted to luxuriate in this warmth. Hold on to it. But something prodded at her mind, nipped at her, wanting her to awaken. She shifted against him, trying to escape it. She wanted to stay here, right here. No matter how much she ached for other things, she didn't want to lose this feeling of incredible peace. Then his hand shifted, moved beneath the hem of the shirt she still wore and pressed against her stomach. Sibella stretched, moved, pressing more firmly against the warm male body behind her. Her breathing hitching, half sob, half moan as she realized it wasn't a dream. She was weak. She needed. What had Kira said, get rid of the sexual crisis and everything else would clear itself up. It made sense to her. Right now, enfolded in his embrace, as his hand moved to the band of her panties, it made sense. Stay still. Hoarse, guttural, his voice rumbled in her ear as she tucked her butt closer to the iron-hard length of the heated cock pressing against her. He was naked. Sometime during the night he had undressed and gotten under the blankets with her. She shivered at the thought. She could feel the naked length of his body behind her, powerful and hard. Her lashes lifted. It was still dark. Dawn hadn't yet begun to lighten the room and she didn't have to face what was and what wasn't. All she had to do was feel. Her head turned until her lips could press against his neck beneath his chin. The abrasion of his beard was erotic, sexy. She hadn't known a beard could feel so sexy. Kiss me, she whispered. He stilled behind her. His hand pressed against her stomach, moved to her hip, and tightened to hold her still. Don't tempt me, Sibella. His voice whispered through the darkness, wrapping around her as she let it stroke her senses. I want you. She hadn't wanted since her husband's death. She wanted now. She wanted with a strength she knew she would have to face later, but not right now. Right now, she would experience it, revel in the pleasure of it. She felt the tension that whipped around them, that filled the air and heated the room. Do you want me? He growled then, turning her, the shadow of his broad shoulders suddenly filling her vision as he leaned over her. Is it me you want, Sibella? Or your husband? Her hands lifted to his shoulders, smoothed over them. Her nails bit into his flesh, tested his muscle. Does it matter? She asked him, feeling the clench of both needs suddenly filling her. She hated that confusion, that sense of being so off balance she didn't know who or what she was reaching for. Does it matter to you? He was silent for so long that she wondered if he would answer her at all. It doesn't matter to me. A snarl filled his voice. I would take you, Sibella, and when you cried out my name I wouldn't give a damn who you were crying out for. But if you expect me to take You as your husband would have, you're in for a sad surprise. You don't know how my husband took me, she told him then, lifted her head and let her tongue stroke over his chest, rubbed her face against the crinkle of chest hairs. Take me, Noah, however. You want to. He wanted to take her hard and rough. She could feel that. She had known it, even before now. He wouldn't be an easy lover, but it wasn't an easy lover she wanted. She wanted to still that dark, furious need that had built up in her over the past years. A product of the dark, sexual dreams that mixed with nightmares and tormented her, on nights like this. Dark and indolent with the need for her sex. For touch. She was tired of fighting. She didn't want to fight him. She hadn't wanted to fight from the first day he had walked into the garage and tempted her with his wild arrogance. Her body ached for this touch. Her heart, so torn, so ragged now, wanted ease. Just a little bit of ease. Just for the time it would take to still the arousal burning through her. Sabella. He whispered her name as his forehead lowered to hers. Do you know what you're asking for? I want you. She had to be asleep. Here, in Nathan's bed, in the bed where he had taken her as his wife, and she wanted another man. Make it go away, Noah, she whispered desperately. Please, make it go away. The nightmares. The need. Stop torturing me. Take me or get the hell out. His lips took hers. They slanted over hers, and she was waiting, parted and desperate as she met him with a wild, hungry moan. Noah could feel the dark need pressing at the edges of his vision, consuming his senses. He kissed her, pausing only long enough to jerk her t-shirt from over her head and to rip the panties from her body. He was torturously hard. His cock was furious, determined, his balls tight with the need for greater release than what he had found in the past with only his hand for ease. He was fighting for breath, his hand sliding between her thighs, finding the soft curls there wet. Saturated, slick from her need. Slick and hot. Like honey. Pressing his fingers closer, sliding between the swollen folds of flesh, he found the entrance to her pussy. It was tight, flexing around the tip of his finger as it had done the night he took her virginity so long ago. He pushed her legs apart, lifted himself between them. Foreplay would come later, he promised himself. So many years. Ah God, so long. 19 months of that time spent in the horrific grip of a drug so powerful that the need to fuck nearly drove him insane. And standing between him and the crazed need had been his wife. Her grey eyes staring at him. Stark with longing, her voice whispering in his head, holding him back. Damn you. He jerked his head back from the kiss, stared down her, barely seeing her face in the darkness that surrounded them. Do you know how bad I want you? He clenched his teeth. Fought back the words. Then take, she panted. Take me. Noah. Take me how you need me. How he needed her. He shook his head. He tipped it back on his shoulders and wanted to howl in rage. He wanted to love his wife. He wanted to touch and kiss and taste every inch of her body. He shook, shuddered. He pressed the furiously tight head of his cock against her entrance and groaned at the heat, the slick sweet essence of her. He pressed forward. Just for a moment, he promised himself. He had waited this long to take her. Again. He could wait long enough to pleasure her first. As he wanted to pleasure her the day Rick Grayson had interrupted them. As he had meant to pleasure her the day before when she took his seat and left him twisting on a rack of arousal that nearly destroyed him. She wanted him, as he had been. All he had to give her was who and what he had been made into. He pressed inside. He caught her wrists as they slapped against his chest, pushed them to the bed as he came over her, poised at the gates of ecstasy, only the tip of his erection feeling the pleasure. Say no now, he bit out. Say it now, or you'll not say it at all. Do you hear me? She lifted her head, her sharp little teeth nipped his lips. Kiss me, she whispered roughly. Kiss me as you take me, Noah. So she couldn't ask him to stop? So she wouldn't scream one man's name and mean another's? Isabella, he groaned. Ah God, baby. He covered her lips, took them with his own, and let the hunger tear through him. It had been too long since he had felt his wife beneath him. Too long since he had felt the fiery pleasure of her pussy stretching to take him, heard her cries beneath his lips and known she was riding the same wave of pleasure he was. His hips jerked, his cock pushing, thrusting, plunging, working its way inside her as she tightened and arched beneath him. His lips took her cries, his tongue filled her mouth, thrusting inside it as he pumped his erection. Inside the sweet bliss between her thighs. He was pushing, penetrating, and when he couldn't stand the torture any longer he jerked his head back, released her lips in her wrists. His hands caught at her hips, held them to him as he straightened on his knees, lifted her ass to his thighs and began the hard, driving rhythm he needed. He heard the sounds coming from his throat, and they didn't matter. Deep, hoarse growls of need. As his eyes closed, sweat beaded his body, and the tight, hot clasp of her pussy convulsed and rippled around him. He was driving inside her. Unable to stop, relishing, loving every stroke that damned his soul. Forever as he gave his wife every furious inch, every agonizing ounce of lust that raged inside him. Sabella felt her fingers tighten in the comforter beneath her, fought to hold on to something. Because she was losing her mind with the pounding strokes filling her body. She had never been so ready. Foreplay wasn't needed. His kiss, the almost brutal strokes of his erection filling her were ratcheting the pleasure, the dark, seductive call of something she had never had rising inside her. This. She had never had this. Pure, desperate hunger. Lust in its richest form. The rapid fire strokes digging into her, stretching her, burning her, sending racing, flaming arrows of sensation tearing through her body. Noah took her hard, without apology. He took her like a man riding the edge of insanity, the only thought the release she could give him. Just her. No one else. Just this, taking her, melting with her until she was screaming his name. Screaming, begging, then erupting beneath him as she felt her orgasm explode in a brutal wave of sensation. It was cataclysmic. As though the foreplay had gone on forever, when actually there had been none. As though he had teased her unmercifully, pushed her higher and higher, and she was flying. Arched tightly to him, feeling his release spurting inside her as he continued to thrust, to push for more, his hungry groan filling the air as she jerked beneath him. Not enough. The snarl rent the air. Sabella felt him jerk back, turn her to her stomach, and lift her to him. He was inside her again. Jackhammer strokes arching her, jerking her upright until her arms curled behind her, catching his neck as she felt his hands over her. All over her. He stroked her thighs as he fucked her, her stomach, cupped her breasts, and pressed her nipples between his fingers as he spread his thighs wider, balanced them both and pushed inside her with rapid strokes. Heat flowed around them and through them, and the night became immersed with her cries. So tight, he groaned, pausing, his breathing rough. Sweet and tight. Move against me, Sabella. Show me you want it. She moved. Worked her hips against him, rotated and lifted herself, lowered herself. She rocked. Back against him, gasping for breath as she felt his lips at her neck, his beard rough against her skin. Tell me. The rough, wicked whisper caressed her ear. What do you want? His hands gripped her hips again. Hard. He buried himself inside her hard, deep. Slow. He moved, retreating, filling her with a slow, throbbing stroke that had her crying out in protest. Hard. I want you hard and fast. You know what I want. She was shaking in his arms, trembling from the need to come again as one hand lowered and the tips of his fingers began to strum against her clit. Sabella felt the tension rising again. It was tearing into her, spikes of white-hot sensation as his hips began moving hard and fast again. He unlooped her arms from his neck, one hard hand pushed her shoulders to the bed and he came over her. The thrusts grew faster, harder. The slap of flesh, damp and hot, melding together. The sounds of his thrusts, her moans, his desperate cry, and when release detonated inside them, it was an almost soundless clash of agonizing pleasure. The breath tore from her. She could only arch, her eyes opening wide, dazed as a whimper left her lips, and she swore she flew free of her own body and that bodiless part of her met pure rapture. Behind her, Noah stilled, a hard, rumbling cry filling the air that could have been her name, could have been a curse, and he was spilling inside her again. The heated rush of release spurting free, shuddering through him, drawing another surge of pleasure before receding, slow and easy, and leaving them tangled on the bed. He lay half on her, half beside her. Still buried within her, still erect. Hearts slamming against their chests and exhaustion marking her, Sabella let herself drift. She let herself drift until she swore she heard something she knew she couldn't have heard. Go see Ray. Her eyes opened. She blinked, listening, tense now, filled with fear. But it didn't come again. It was gone, just as the dreams were always gone, just as the hope had left a long, long time ago. But Noah was still there. He dragged himself from her, pulled her into his arms, and minutes later, she felt him slowly, so slowly, relax into sleep. Still, she stared into the darkness, blinking back her tears as she held on to the arm that crossed over her stomach and held her to him. Forever, she whispered. A breath of sound. Too light for anyone to hear. But there was no forever. A single tear fell, silent, wasted, because tears didn't heal. They didn't cleanse. Eventually, she let herself fall into a sleep she never thought she would know again. The sleep she had found once, only in her husband's arms, and now in another man's. Behind her, Noah stayed still, silent, unmoving. The sadness and the pain in her voice dug talons of agony inside his soul until he could barely breathe. He held her, felt her, and inside, deep in that ragged wound that had once been his soul, he cried. With her. Chapter 12. No more tears for another man while you're in bed with me. Sabella turned slowly from the coffee pot to the man who strode into the kitchen, too big, too forceful, too dominant that early in the morning. She still didn't have a handle on what had happened last night, and had forced herself to escape from the bed and into the shower before she could allow a repeat of it. Now, dressed in jeans and t-shirt, her boots tied firmly on her feet, she turned away and ignored him, fighting to ignore her racing heartbeat. Something had happened last night that she couldn't quite put her finger on. Something that filled her with a sense of dread. With a nervous energy she didn't know what to do with. And there was something about him this morning that wasn't helping the situation. It wasn't just the dominance. It was something about the way he was standing, the look in his eyes. Something that had her chest tightening and her sex creaming. He was pissing her off and turning her on, all at the same time. She didn't consider that a good combination. My bed. My tears. She moved away from the coffee pot and made room for him as he opened a cabinet door, and of course he opened the right one and pulled a cup free. You fuck me and then cry. He snorted. The next time it happens, Sabella, I'll ride you until you can't cry. How would you know I even cried? She watched him. The shift of his shoulders, the way his muscles bunched. You fell asleep. I don't sleep that deep. He poured his coffee and tamed back to her, rugged and sexy, his black hair damp and falling to his shoulders, his beard and mustache darker than night wind, emphasized by his deep, dark blue eyes. Dressed in the clothes he had worn the day before, he looked both rumpled and powerful. Not a good look for her peace of mind this morning. You won't have to worry about it. She finally shrugged. I'm certain we have the sexual crisis out of our systems now. We can go back to sniping at each other. And you can sleep in your own bed. She set her coffee cup on the counter and gazed at him with determination. He made her wait. He studied her over the rim of his coffee cup as he sipped at the dark brew, his eyes turbulent, sparking with something, not anger but definitely not agreement. One night stand, was it? He asked. A frown wrinkled her brow at the tone, the flavor of his voice. It was expedient, she lied. Now you can get on with your own life and I can get on with mine. Get on with building that shrine to your dead husband, he growled. It almost hurt, the way he said it. It should have hurt, but for some reason, it didn't have the power it would have had before he arrived. Where the hell was her mind? He hadn't been here that long. She had slept with a man, had sex with a man she had known for less than a month. It had taken her husband at least a month to get her into bed, and she had been a virgin then. But this man rode into town on his black Harley, with his riding chaps and his glare, and the next thing she knew she was trying to eat him alive. She shook her head at the thought of that. Whatever I do is no one's business but my own. We'll pretend last night didn't happen. Because she couldn't make sense of it. Because she couldn't still the certainty that something had happened that was going to change her life forever. Will we now? He sipped at his coffee again, finally finishing it as Sabella stood there observing him, forcing herself to be calm. Just pretend you weren't coming before I ever sank my cock fully inside you? That we both didn't come like we'd never had sex before. When nothing else was said, he set his cup in the sink and leaned back against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest and staring back at her silently, thoughtfully. What? She finally asked, the tension tightening around them like a noose. His lips twitched. It's not going to work, you know. You can fight this as hard as you want to, Sabella, but it's not over. It's over. He shook his head. I'm heading to the apartment. I have to change clothes. I have to run an errand this evening, but I'll be back later tonight. Not here, you won't be. He gave her a look that almost had her shaking in her boots. Almost. Sabella crossed her arms over her breasts and glared back at him, wishing she could ignore the flicker of lust in his gaze. Finally, the corner of his lips tilted, just enough to cause her nostrils to flare and the challenge to ignite inside her. I'll see you this evening, he stated before striding across the kitchen, passing her, and then leaving the house. Sabella gritted her teeth, then followed him. Rory must have returned her car sometime the night before. Rory's truck was gone, and that damned Noah was heading down the small rise to the garage, long legs eating the distance as she locked the door behind her and stomped to her car. He beat her to the garage. But so had Rory. Smiling tightly, she strode into the office, closed both doors softly and faced her brother-in-law. His head had lifted from the papers he had been going over. His blue eyes studied her warily, his broad, roughly hewn face smoothing out in an attempt at a neutral expression. You're just not as good at that as your brother was, she told him softly, remembering well how Nathan would look at her with that look of male superiority when he knew she was angry with him. Good at what? He cleared his throat. Sabella leaned against the door and watched him closely. That look, she told him. The one that dares anyone to question anything you've done. Nathan had it down to a very fine art. You need to practice it a bit more. Amusement might have flickered on his face. He reached up and scratched his cheek, the short sleeves of his work shirt stretching over his biceps. You're mad at me, he finally said. He glanced to the door leading the apartment. He can't help you, she stated softly as she smiled back at him coolly. Did the two of you really think you could pull over on me anything you wanted to? The door to the apartment opened and Noah stepped into the office. He'd changed clothes. Damned fast work he'd made of it too. Rory, you'll need to run into Odessa to get those parts, Noah told him, looking at Rory. This morning. Rory rose from his chair. Don't even consider it, Sabella warned him softly. Rory grimaced, swallowed. He looked from her to Noah, then eased back down in the chair. Good. He'd chosen the right side. Who owns this garage? She asked him then. Rory scratched his cheek again, cleared his throat, and glanced between her and Noah as if he were the innocent party caught in the middle. Innocent, her ass. The two of them were up to something and she knew it. We do. She narrowed her eyes at him. Did you sell your part to him? She asked softly, jerking her head to Noah. Rory looked at Noah. Noah didn't take his eyes off her. The look should have made her wary. Nervous. It would have, long ago and far away, if her husband had looked at her like that. No. Rory pursed his lips, watching her carefully now. Ignoring Noah, she walked across the room, placed her hands flat on the desk, and leaned over it. Do you want to buy me out? I can pack up and move back to Georgia and you can have it. Without me. Is that what you want? Shock, surprise, filled his eyes. No. Belle. Damn. No. He shook his head fiercely. He looked at Noah and said, furiously, what the hell did you do to her? Does he own a part of this garage? She snapped. Rory blew out a hard breath. No. Then his opinion doesn't matter, does it? Maybe I wouldn't say that. Rory winced. Come on, Belle, he knows what he's doing. And I don't. She straightened, her chin lifting. Where was he the past 6 years? Did he walk in here and bust his ass to fix what went to hell when Nathan left? No. He didn't. Rory's voice firmed, his expression tightening. Next time, Rory, the two of you can have at it, she bit out. Don't make that mistake again. My husband left me half of this business. That means half the decisions are mine. Not a stranger's. And sure as hell not some interloper who thinks he can walk in and own everything Nathan possessed. Are we clear on that? Rory rubbed the back of his neck. We're clear. He finally nodded. Sabella didn't bother to spare Noah a glance. She turned, jerked an overshirt off the nearby hook, and stalked back into the garage, satisfied that at least that obstacle had been taken care of. Noah stared at the door, crossed his arms over his chest, then turned back to Rory. His brother was sweating. There was a fine film of perspiration on his forehead and, frankly, his blue eyes held a gleam of fear in them. Who was that woman? He nodded to the door. Rory shook his head. The same one who walked into this garage almost 3 years after her husband left her, took one look at it, and started cleaning it up. Rory jerked to his feet and glared at Noah. And she's right. Where the hell were you when she was dying inside and nearly losing everything that meant anything to her? You want your dirty work done here, do it yourself. He jerked his keys from the desk and headed for the door. And stay the hell away from her, if you're smart. The last man who pissed her off like that nearly ended up with a wrench buried in the back of his head when she went after him. I have a feeling she wouldn't deliberately miss where you're concerned. I wouldn't if I were her. Noah watched as his brother disappeared through the other door. He stared at the door to the garage, then the door Rory had left through. Through the window he watched as Toby James strode across the lot, throwing Rory a frown as he passed. Noah leaned against the desk behind him as Toby entered the office. Still pissing everyone off, the boy grunted, as though it were a given. Noah stared back at him coolly. Great, Toby muttered, shook his head then moved to the desk behind Noah. Can you move your butt for me? I need to get some work done here. Noah turned his head, stared the boy down, and watched him slowly pale. At least he could still intimidate someone. Maybe not. Toby sat down, pulled a list of invoices from the stack at the side of the desk, and powered up the computer. Noah moved then. He opened the garage door, revealing the sight of his wife's knees sticking out from under a car, and felt his cock go stone hard in a heartbeat. As though it hadn't been hard to start with. Her legs were spread over the sides of the mechanic's roller, whatever the hell she was doing under that car. It wasn't something she had done during their marriage. Where was his wife? And why the hell was this woman pretending to be her, making the blood surge hard and heavy through his veins? He was furious, aroused, and intrigued. And damned determined. Tonight, he was definitely getting into his wife's pants again. Lifting his gaze from her jean-clad legs poking beneath the car, he looked across the garage and caught sight of Nikolai Steele, alias Nicholas Steele. The 6'6" Russian lifted his gaze from the motor he was working on, his ice blue eyes stone hard, staring back at Noah before nodding slightly. Noah's jaw bunched. He had work to do tonight before he could treat himself to another taste of Sabella. But when he was finished, his wife had best watch out. As the day progressed, the garage eventually locked up, and Noah got ready for his weekly little night on the town. He couldn't get Sabella out of his mind. The way she had stared him and Rory down. She hadn't screamed or yelled. She hadn't cried. She simply stated hard cold facts and her intentions. If Rory made decisions that affected her livelihood again, then he could have all of it. And as she had said, she had been the one who had walked into the garage and saved it. The last person Noah had expected to be able to run the place was Sabella, with her too pretty hair, which she had obviously had colored. How had he never known she colored her hair? It was still bemusing to watch her, those darker blonde tresses longer now, running around flipping that braid over her shoulder. She didn't do the manicures and the pedicures anymore. And he had to admit, he might miss that a little bit, but only because he'd always enjoyed knowing his girly wife had everything she needed to be girly. Finding out she wasn't so girly, and that she had held back parts of herself, both infuriated him and made him determined to learn exactly what he hadn't known about her. As he sat in the smoky, dimly lit bar later that night and talked to men he didn't want to talk to, as he played the friendly curious mechanic, he couldn't get over the look on her face earlier that day. Pure, livid determination. She hadn't shown her anger, but there wasn't a doubt left in his or Rory's minds that she wasn't serious. To the bone serious. She would sell out her share of the garage and she would leave. Backbone. She had backbone. Why had she never shown that part of herself to him? Why had she hidden herself? Probably for the same reasons he had concealed the darker parts of himself, he thought with an inner grimace. It seemed he and Sabella both had held back during those first, tempestuous years. Together. They'd only had 2 years together. Not long enough. Not nearly long enough for them to really get to know each other. You know, the black collars, they don't like strangers in town asking questions either, the retired ranch hand from one of the outlying ranches commented as he and Noah shared a beer at the end of the bar. Jesse Bairns was well known to Noah. A friend of Grandpop's that Noah remembered. They don't like a lot of people, Noah stated. Especially those different from them, Jesse said, his voice pitched low. I have a friend, Pure Irish. His son has lived in hell. Jesse shook his head at that. In hell? Grant Malone? How so? Noah asked him. Jesse shook his head, his lined expression somber. Lost his whole damned family, he said. Sighing. Ever one of 'em. The militia only leaves him alone cause he keeps his head down. Doesn't try to do anything more than run his ranch, and killin' him wouldn't be enough for them. But they got nothing else to hurt him with now. The old man shrugged. Shame, it was. Noah stared down at his beer. Jesse couldn't be talking about the Malones. How do they get the power to do this, he murmured. I've not heard much about them and I've made my rounds of Texas plenty of times. Hell, he'd lived here, worked here, loved here. How? Hadn't he known? Quiet is always better. Jesse shrugged. They're paranoid about secrecy. The only ones that talk are the young dumb ones. They weed those out as they try to climb in the ranks. No one that can't keep their traps shut makes it to those hunts I hear they do. Jesse turned back to him, his faded dark eyes somber. They been huntin' for years and no one cared till they killed some FBI agents. Now ain't that a shame? Noah nodded. That's a hell of a shame. He finished his beer, completed his conversation with Jesse, and headed from the bar. The late evening visits to the local watering hole were giving him a new insight into the changes that had been developing in his hometown. Or perhaps, more accurately, the underground intricacies that were finally showing themselves after decades. He was nearly certain now that the black-collar militia's ranks were still small enough, here at least, that pinpointing one of them wasn't going to be easy. That or they were hiding themselves better than he could have imagined. Though, after his search of Mike Conrad's office, he knew at least one of the members. Black masks for the members, black collars for the victims. How the hell had he managed to keep his eyes closed to what was going on in his own hometown? This wasn't a new organization. It was something that had been building, growing, for decades. An even better question, he told himself, was, how had he managed to miss what kind of a man Mike was through the years of their friendship? He had trusted the other man. Laughed with him. Drank with him, and he hadn't suspected. If someone had told him Mike was involved with a militia, he would have laughed at the thought. The militia wasn't something new. Hell, there were plenty of militias with varying agendas all over the West, but few that were walking in the footsteps of this one. Late-night hunts for illegals. Kidnapping legal aliens and taking them into the canyons of the national park to torture and murder them. Their agenda was an atrocity to humanity. Leaving the bar, he almost paused. The second he stepped into the sultry, late summer heat, he could feel his skin prickling. He almost grinned. The need to expend the energy raging through him was about to find an outlet. Evidently, someone didn't like the questions he had been asking over the weeks. Or the people he was talking to. He didn't tense, he didn't do anything to overtly prepare his body for what was to come. He knew where it was, as though the pores of his skin were soaking in the danger lying in wait in the parking lot. Bullet or gang? Gun or knife? He couldn't feel a scope on his head, that left other means. And oh, he would feel a scope on his head. He had learned well that feeling under Fuentes' tutelage. Diego Fuentes had liked to play with his captives. The gun sighted on him, the bullet burying within inches of his head as he was chained to a wall, blindfolded, unable to avoid whatever was coming. Yet, Noah knew the feel of gun sights. Just as he knew the scent of violence. And he was moving closer toward it. He was ready for the dark figure that jumped out at him. The knife barely grazed his bicep as he used his attacker's momentum to jerk him to the side, break his arm, and pull the knife from his grip. Noah left him where he was lying and he gripped the knife, steel lying along his wrist as he lifted his arm, and braced himself. The shadows flowed from the darkness. Black masks, knives instead of guns. You want to leave town, Blake? One of the shadows rasped through the darkness as half a dozen darkened figures began to surround him. Oh, I don't know, Noah drawled. I think I like this little town. Lots of excitement. I might stick around a while. He let them surround him. He could feel it now, the blood surging through him, cold hard death filling him. He wouldn't be taken again, never again. And he wouldn't be defeated. Diego Fuentes hadn't managed to break him, and he would be damned if a few homegrown terrorists were going to get the best of him. Sticking around could be bad for your health, another informed him with a nasally accent. Are you boys here to chat or to give me a good time? He grinned back at them. The odds are almost even. Let's play. 6-1, another said with a laugh. You're outnumbered, motherfucker. And Noah chuckled. They had no idea, no clue what a killer he could be. But he knew. He knew. Because he had been killing for far too many years before this little show and tell began. Then come get me, he invited them with a little flicking motion of his hands. If you can. They were good. The shuffle, the life or death dance that ensued spiked the adrenaline always ready to pour into him. He used it. Felt the power feeding into his muscles as they came at him. Steel met steel. Noah kicked his attacker's feet out from under them, jumped aside, and met the next. He didn't kill them. He didn't want them dead. He wanted them alive and bleeding. He wanted to know who to follow, who to suspect when it was over, and the bandages, the injuries, couldn't be hidden. He wanted to leave witnesses, and he wanted the bastards to remember what the hell they were dealing with. He buried the knife in one attacker's thigh, stole another, and sliced across another man's midriff, cutting them a little here and there, relishing the feel of steel biting into flesh and the sound of grunts, painful cries, and the snap of bones when he could manage it. They were down from 6-2. He stared back at the one facing him and smiled at the smell of blood. Do you want to keep this up? He asked the other man, staring into dark eyes, memorizing the curve of the face beneath the stretchy black mask. Come on, asshole. I can slice and dice all night long. He proved his point. He sliced a forearm, his knife bit through denim and cut a deep furrow across another thigh as he kicked out, brought down the bastard trying to blindside him. Noah stole his blade and buried it in the other man's shoulder. That's going to hurt, he said with a chuckle, jumping back and watching as the others limped away. The last one pulled a gun. Spinning, Noah jumped, buried his foot in the bastard's stomach, gripped his wrist and twisted until the gun dropped to the ground. He took a blow to the kidney and grunted, his elbow slamming into the man's throat. Bastards! They should have used the gun first. He followed the elbow to the throat with a fist to the man's gut, knocked him backward and then watched as he turned tail and ran to join his little buddies. Headlights flashed in front of him as he rolled and lifted the gun from the gravel before jumping to his feet. Noah stepped back between several other vehicles, ducked, and watched the truck hauling his new buddies squeal out of sight. He breathed in deeply, flexed his shoulder, and knew his own aches and pains would show up soon. Hell, he hadn't come out of the fight unscathed. He could feel the blood soaking his shoulder, arm, and side. Those knives had been razor sharp and there had been too many to avoid. All at once. He grinned at the thought of that as he pulled his keys from his jeans and found the Harley. Checking it out, he didn't take long to find the little device created to trigger a spark into the gas line. He would have been toast if that little baby had gone off. Unlocking a saddlebag, he slid it inside along with the handgun, checked out the cycle again then watched as Nicholas eased from the shadows at the back of the bar. His eyes met Noah's for one long, telling moment. The big Russian had watched the fight, obviously. His gaze flickered over Noah. "You're bleeding. Do you need a ride?" His voice was low as he approached Noah. "I'll be fine." Nick inclined his head then and continued on to the four-wheel drive pickup he was driving. At this point, they couldn't afford to show an association. If Noah had been in danger of losing, Nick would have stepped forward. But not until then. Noah straddled the motorcycle and started the motor as he put it in gear and headed for the apartment. He could feel the blood trickling beneath his clothes, dampening them, and now he wished he'd killed at least one of the sons of bitches. Because they'd definitely messed up a hell of a plan for tonight. That of visiting his wife. That plan was about to be axed, and that just pissed him off. So maybe she could handle the sight of the blood, but she was going to demand answers. And answers weren't something Noah was ready to give. Chapter 13. Sabella waited. She watched the window, listened carefully through dinner, and by the time she heard the Harley's hard-throbbing purr pulling in behind the garage, she was furious. It was after midnight. She paced the living room, pausing at the windows and staring down at the garage apartment. There weren't any lights on. What man didn't turn on the lights when he arrived home? Except her husband. Nathan hadn't needed lights either. She was nervous and she couldn't explain why. The more she stared down at the apartment the more the impulse to go down to him filled her. The sexual crisis was over, she told herself. She'd had him, she should be okay now. Except she wasn't, and this wasn't just about the sex. It was about the pounding in her head, pushing her to go to him, to check on him. Hell, he was over 30, he didn't need a keeper. He was 34. She pressed her hands to her stomach, over the thin sleeveless t-shirt she wore. He was the same age as her husband. Sabella shook her head. She wasn't going there and she wasn't going to go down to that apartment to have sex with him either, she told herself as she slipped her sneakers on and tied them. Grabbing her keys from her purse, she left the house and within minutes she was pulling her little car in behind the garage. She had the key to the apartment in her hand. She shouldn't just walk in on him, she told herself. Even as she moved quickly up the back steps to the deck. After all, he could have brought a friend back with him. He could be busy. In the shower. Any number of things. But she jammed the key into the door, stepped inside, and before she could gasp found herself jerked inside, the door slamming closed as she was pushed against the wall. Dangerous, tense. The hard arm that lay across her neck was Noah's, the almost feverish glitter in his navy blue eyes was predatory, intense. "Do you like living dangerously?" he asked her softly, his face too close to hers, his hard body mostly naked, pressing into hers. "I'm not to desecrate that hallowed marriage bed of yours, but you can slip in here any time you please." His voice was grating. It raked across her nerves, fired nerve synapses that triggered chills racing across her body as she stared up at him through the darkness. His arm slid from across her throat, but he didn't release her. His hands gripped her hips and jerked her up to him, even as another gasp parted her lips. He wasn't just mostly naked. He was naked. And hard. The full, pounding length of his cock pressed into her lower stomach as he watched her with heated, absorbed interest. "We needed to talk." Her hands pressed against his shoulders, and it took only a second for awareness to seep into her brain. She felt the slight flinch as she pressed against him, as though the flesh were tender. He was damp, he'd obviously come from the shower, she could feel the water on his flesh, and something slick, perhaps remnants of soap. His hair was wet, his shadowed expression was harsh. You're hurt? She pressed against his other shoulder. Noah, what happened? Not yet, he growled. What do you mean not yet? He stole the words with his kiss. His lips lowered to hers, took them, sipped at the curves, and a low, male groan of need rumbled in his throat. Parted lips tugged the lower curve, his tongue flicked over it as her own parted, to breathe she told herself. Just to breathe, not so that hot, hungry tongue could flick against them, taste her. She felt her heart rate spike. Noah, are you okay? Later. His lips sealed hers, slanted across them, and ate into her with hungry, heated demand. Sabella whimpered at the pleasure. She had lied to herself. She knew she had. She hadn't come down here to inform him of anything, she had come for this. Look at how you're dressed, he growled, his lips moving from hers to her jaw, her cheek. Short little shorts. His hand slid down her stomach to cup the wet heat between her thighs. Beneath the silky stretch material of her shorts. Snug little shirt. And she hadn't worn a bra. She sometimes slept in these clothes. They were thin and comfortable, too thin, because the heat of his palm against her mound was making her crazy. The heel of his hand rotated, pressed. You're hurt, she gasped. What happened? Nothing. Noah. God, yes, say my name like that again, he growled. Tell me you want me, Sabella. Hot and wild, all over again. Pounding inside you, stretching that sweet, hot little pussy all around me. Her breath caught. She could feel his blood beneath her hand, his naked cock through the layer of material separating them. Noah, stop this. Are you bleeding? She thought maybe she could smell a hint of blood. No. Trust me. Just a scratch. His teeth raked over her jaw and she shuddered at the sensation. Like little tingles of electricity raking over her, through her. What kind of scratch? She moaned. You can bandage me up. His voice throbbed, became deeper, harder. Later. Noah. She breathed his name as she felt his hand move, sliding from between her thighs only. To push beneath her shorts and panties to fill his hand with the swollen, wet flesh beneath. You're wet, Sabella. His fingers tunneled into the slit, slid through the slit cream that gathered. There. Tell me you want me. Ask me to fuck you. She was panting for breath. Pressed against the kitchen wall, all she could think about was feeling him inside her, around her. I want your mouth on my dick again. He shocked her with the blunt, naughty words. I want to watch you going down on me, feel your mouth sucking the head of my cock again. God, it was so good, coming in your mouth like that. Watching you love it. His finger pierced inside her. One finger, sliding in deep, rasping over tender nerve endings, as the heel of his palm pressed and rotated against her clit. She was shaking. He was bleeding, he was hurt. She should be more concerned with forcing him to let her see what kind of damage he had done than she was with his finger, pumping, inside her. Her eyes closed, her legs shifted wider, and a tremulous cry left her lips as he used his finger to drive her crazy. Sliding in slow and deep, his fingertip reaching high inside her, finding that spot. That one spot. And rubbing. Noah. It's so good. She ground her head against the wall, felt her knees weakening. It's so good. So damned good, he amended. You're wet and tight around my finger, Sabella. Do you want to come for me, baby? Do you want to make those sweet little sounds in your throat that hit my senses like wildfire just before you come for me? Do you want to come for me, baby? All over my fingers? Do you want to make me go crazy for just a taste of that sweet little pussy? Oh God! Oh God! He shouldn't talk to her like that. She could feel her moisture flowing, soaking his fingers, her hips moving as she thrust against his stroking fingertip. Oh, now there's a good girl, he groaned. Fuck my fingers, Sabella. Let me feel you come around them. She whimpered. This was too wicked. It was too hot. She had never done anything like this. Never heard words like that whispered from a man's lips as he touched her. Tell me, he crooned in her ear. Talk to me, baby. Tell me you want it. Beg me to fuck you. With my fingers and I'll give you another. I'll push 2 fingers inside you. Wouldn't you like that? Don't you want to burn for me? He couldn't be serious. He wouldn't be? I could come just like this. He nipped her ear, pressed his cock against her hip as she almost melted. All I'd need is your sweet little voice talking me through it. He licked the sensitive flesh beneath her ear, raked the flesh with his teeth. This is crazy, she moaned. Tell me it's hot, he demanded, his breathing heavy, harsh in the stillness of the night. Oh Noah, it's so hot. She felt the sensitive internal muscles clenching around him, felt the punch of sensation to her womb as the words tore from her lips. He jerked against her, his finger pressing deeper before pumping inside her in hard, desperate strokes. Don't stop. She wanted to scream, but she could barely manage a broken cry when he buried deep again and stilled. Tell me to fuck you with my fingers. He bit her neck and she arched against him. Tell me you want 2 fingers inside you. Tell me to make you burn, Sabella. Fuck me, she groaned, feeling the heat rising inside her. Please, Noah, now. More. The harsh demand in his voice rasped over her senses. Give me more, Sabella. She cried out. It was too wicked. Too wicked and too hot. 2 fingers, she gasped. Noah, please, I want 2 fingers inside me. His finger jerked back, and when it returned, there were 2. 2 pressing into her, spreading her further apart, stretching the muscles and sensitizing her further. Sabella cried out as she felt the moisture that rushed through her vagina sliding over his fingers. As they moved slow and easy inside her. I want to come, she whispered. Let me come, Noah. He groaned, growled. He pressed his fingers high and hard inside her and she nearly, just almost, exploded around them. Take your shirt off. He eased back, gave her just enough room to stare up at the glittering wild fire in his eyes. Take it off. I want to see your nipples. Noah. God, sweetheart, rosy pink little nipples. I want to suck them. Take the damned shirt off. His voice hardened, the hunger tearing from him was washing through her, sizzling through her veins. And her pussy. Shaking, her ragged breaths almost moans, she gripped the hem of her shirt and pulled it over her head before dropping it to the floor. Keep your arms up, he demanded as she moved to lower them. All the way up. One hand gripped her wrists and shoved them against the wall. That's a girl. Up like that. His gaze raked across her nipples and she swore she could almost feel the touch of them. Why are you doing this? She moaned. Because I want to eat you alive. I want to go down on you and taste all that wild hot cream. Covering my fingers right now. I want to eat it from you, Sabella. Lick it with my tongue and devour you. She jerked against him. When I'm done, I want to watch you go down on me. Watch my cock sink into your pretty lips. And I want to fuck your mouth until I'm shooting everything I have down your throat. His fingers moved inside her, the sound of the damp caresses filling her ears, whipping through her mind. Do you want that, baby? Yes. Oh yes. She wanted that. She wanted it so bad. She felt her shorts easing over her hips as his head lowered. He bent his knees enough to allow his lips to catch the viciously tight nub of her nipple between them as his fingers caressed and rotated and her knees weakened with the extremity of the pleasure. She wanted him inside her so bad, filling her. She wanted his lips all over her, hers all over him. She wanted every blistering act he was whispering in her ears. She jerked as his mouth consumed her aching nipple. Felt the surge of electric shock as it traveled through her system. She lifted against him, desperate, eager for more. Noah was lost in a world of sensation. The earlier violence, the racing adrenaline in his system. Did this. For the past years, recovery had been hell. Retraining had burned his mind with a surge of lust so hard, so powerful, that no amount of jacking off could ease it. He'd been half insane more than once, for this. Sibella. In his arms. Hot and wild for him, whispering her naughty little secrets in his ears. Demanding he take her. That he do all the wicked, carnal acts that had filled his head while under the influence of the aphrodisiac Diego Fuentes had pumped into his body. Now here she was and he was on fire for her. Blazing. Burning out of control. 2 fingers. Shoved inside her hot pussy, feeling the burn of her body as he sucked her hard little nipples. Everything about his Sibella was little, compared to him. So sweetly curved and delicate, and that will of iron he was glimpsing only made him harder. Noah, this is killing me, she moaned at his ear, her hot breath searing his flesh. You are teasing me to death. Just a little more. He groaned around her nipple, licked it, rasped it. He wanted to hear more. Wanted to hear her voice broken with lust, demanding and carnal. Tell me how to take you. He nipped the curve of her breast. Tell me how you want it. She shuddered, and he almost lost it when he felt her juices flood his fingers. Hard, she panted. So hard. Now. Fuck me now. Against the wall? Here. Oh God. Anywhere, she wailed. Damn you. Give it to me. Now. Are you hot enough for it yet? He kissed her shoulder, nipped it. I don't think you're hot enough yet. He wanted more. He needed the words. He had never needed the words before, but he did now. He wanted her hot enough to forget herself, to forget the memories of how he used to love her, to accustom herself to the bleak, dark lust that consumed him now. I'm hot enough, she moaned. Tell me how hot you are. He wrapped his free arm around her hips and lifted her to him. Stumbling to the table, ignoring her shock as he set her naked ass on the edge and knelt between her thighs. You're not hot enough. Let me help you out with that. He laid his lips against the swollen folds and had to grip the base of his cock to hold back his cum. God, he was going to blow. He could feel it, building in his balls, throbbing at the head of his cock. She tasted so sweet. Her thighs parted as he lifted one small foot and placed it on his shoulder, opening her further. The light was better here, but still not good enough for her to see the damage he had been trying to clean up. Several of the cuts were almost deep enough for stitches. He needed to be in the command center letting someone patch him up. Instead, he was here, his lips buried in his wife's pussy and loving every second of it. He licked and lapped at the little mound. She was so sweet, the flavor of her burst against his tongue and he was ravenous. He stabbed inside the fluttering opening, feeling her clench, hearing her moan as she leaned back, allowing him greater access to the treat that was fast becoming as addictive as any drug. Ah hell! He wanted to lick her forever. He wanted to immerse his senses in the tangy bite, the sweet soft flavor and the clean feminine scent of her. He wanted her, for breakfast, lunch, dinner, a midnight snack, and everything in between. Talk to me. The words were hard, brutally torn from his lips as he moved them to the hard bud of her clit. Tell me you like it. Tell me to eat you. To suck you forever. He couldn't wait much longer. He wanted to tear the words from her lips. He had dreamed. Fantasized. Noah, lick my clit, she moaned. Roll your tongue on it. Ah God. Yes. She loved that, didn't she? The way he rolled his tongue over her clit. He gave it to her. He gripped her thigh with one hand, pressed her legs further apart and gave her what she needed. He pumped his cock, a wild, agonizing sound of arousal falling from his lips as her hips jerked, arched, and she cried out his name again. Noah. Oh yes. Like that. Her voice was high and thin. Oh God. I'm going to come for you. Not yet. He pulled back and she almost screamed. Her hands caught in his hair, tangled in it. And she jerked him back to the hot, humid flesh awaiting his tongue, his lips. Lick my pussy. She was lost now, lost in the pleasure, and he shoved his tongue inside her. Fucked her with it and tasted all that hot, sweet cream flowing from her. Ah hell. He was going to come in his hand at this rate. He didn't want to come in his hand. He wanted to be high and deep inside her. buried as deep as a man could get in a woman, filling her, marking her. He wanted to brand her with his seed. He wanted to be so deep inside her that she never forgot. Who owned her body? Never. But first, he had to tear himself away from her taste. And ah, sweet merciful heaven, her taste. Her taste was so hot on his tongue, liquid and filled with life. He didn't want to leave it. He didn't want to stop. Give it to me. Her voice seared his senses. Damn you, give it to me now, Noah. Fill me with your cock. Make me scream for you. Oh God, I'll scream for you, just do me now. Noah jerked to his feet, his hand still wrapped around his cock, his senses filled with the taste of her, the heat of her. And he pressed forward. He watched her face, her eyes. Rolled the head of his cock against her clit and watched her pant. Watched as her hand pressed against her stomach, then, as he lowered himself, pressed against her entrance, those pretty, graceful fingers moved to her clit. Shyly. Hesitantly. During their marriage, he had never allowed her to touch herself while he was taking her. He had taken full responsibility for her pleasure as well as his own. But she wasn't waiting now, and the sight of it nearly had him erupting. With no more than the tip of his cock pressed inside her, he was losing it. He watched her fingers as he pressed deeper, his fingers tight at the base of his shaft to hold back the furious release he could feel pounding in his skull. Do it. His voice was hard, thick. Use your fingers. Show me what you like, baby. Damn you. I'm going to fuck you so hard and so deep you'll never deny me again. Do you hear me, Sabella? Never. She had denied him that morning. Denied his place in her bed, denied what he knew was between them. Why didn't matter? He was deceiving her, he knew it. Lying to her in the most elemental of ways, and he couldn't say the words to fix that. But he wouldn't let her deny this. He gripped her hips. Watched those pretty fingers. Ah God, so graceful, so slender, sliding into the curls at the top of her mound, opening herself. He felt on fire. His cock was aflame and it was destroying him. He pressed in, gritting his teeth. Grimacing at the complete, unadulterated pleasure in just feeling her. Seeing her. He pushed in. Pumping in short, hard strokes, working inside her as her fingers slid to her clit, circled it and became wet, glistening with her juices. His stomach clenched. His balls went so tight they were in agony. Stroke it, he snarled. Finger your clit, Sabella. I'm not going to last. Ah hell. He shoved in. Deep, to the hilt, felt her muscles fluttering around him, gripping, clenching. He couldn't stop. He held her tight, feeling her legs wrap around his hips, her heels pressing into his ass as he began pumping inside her. Hard and deep. She was crying his name. His name. Not her husband's name. Sweet God have mercy on him. How had he stayed away from her? How had he remained separated from this woman for so many years? For even a day longer than he'd had to. Take me, he groaned, barely biting back the words that would betray who he was. What he was. Take me. Damn you. Take all of me. All of me. She was arching, clenching, her pussy so tight, contracting around him as he felt her explode. From the inside out. Sabella existed in sensation. She was sensation. Pure, electric, nothing but energy and pulsing. Consuming pleasure as she felt herself coming apart in Noah's arms. Dying in his arms and being reborn. Screaming out his name and feeling that pleasure. A pleasure she had sworn could never be felt twice. Only with one man. Only with one heart. But she felt it pulsing through her and into him. Pulsing through him and into her. His cum. Spurted inside her, deep and hot, filling her, sinking into her and becoming a part of her. She jerked, twisted, arched to the extremity of the orgasm racing through her, and then finally collapsed back on the table. Sweat dampened, too tired to move, to breathe, to exist without his help. And he was still hard. She opened her eyes as he lifted her to him, remained connected to her in the most elemental fashion and carried her through the dark apartment to the big bedroom at the end of the building. He laid her back in the bed, and moved within her again. Blue eyes so dark it hurt to stare into them. His hands hard, his voice so rough and gravelly it was almost another sensation against her overly sensitized flesh. I need you. He shook his head, jaw clenching. I need you more. Forever. Sabella shook the thought away. Nothing lasted forever except her love for the husband that had been taken from her. Nothing lasted forever. But as the night deepened and dawn came closer, it felt like forever. And when he finally collapsed beside her, wet with sweat, his arms dragging her to his chest, his breathing finally easing as she slipped into exhausted sleep, she wondered if maybe, a little bit, he did feel like her. Nathan. Chapter 14. Sabella was furious the next morning after returning to the house, showering, and dressing for work. A scratch, he had told her the night before. He wasn't hurt, he was fine. It was more than a damned scratch. She had caught him when she awoke trying to bandage himself, thinking he could hide from her. Damn him. There were 3 long slices on his upper body. One across his bicep, one at his abdomen, and again at the hip, and they were deep. Deep enough she had insisted he go to the doctor. He had refused. When he had pinned her with the blazing determination to do it all his own way. For a second she could have sworn he had the same look in his eye, the same tense set of his face and body, the same shape of his jaw, that her husband had had when he was angry and determined in the face of her anger. It had been frightening to see, to acknowledge. Because sometimes, she saw those little things. And she was terrified she was trying to turn Noah into the man she had lost simply to justify her need, her overwhelming hunger for him. And of course, Noah wouldn't tell her how it had happened or even what had happened. A disagreement, he'd said. She was so pissed that she walked to the garage later after she had returned to the house, rather than driving, simply to give herself time to cool down just a little bit more. Entering the garage, she stared as Noah stepped from the open doors, wiping his hands on a shop towel as he lifted his hand and watched Toby as he approached on foot from the other side of the street. Sometimes, Toby walked to work. He said it kept him in shape. She watched as Noah walked along the cracked blacktop in front of the station, eyes narrowed, body tense. Sabella paused, looking around, wondering what had caught his attention, but she couldn't see anything. She shook her head and took another step, watching as Toby strolled to the corner of the street. He stepped off the curb and started across the wide road when she heard it. A motor gunning. A black car, low and fast, windows tinted, squealed from its parked position and aimed for Toby. Toby! She screamed his name as the car barreled toward him. Toby's head jerked up, expressing surprise at the sound, and he turned, facing the vehicle speeding toward him. Sabella ran. She would never reach him in time. She could see, knew the driver had every intention of running him over. She wouldn't make it to the end of the driveway, Toby wouldn't reach the sidewalk. She saw, almost in slow motion as Toby jerked and tried to run. The car followed, heading straight for him as Sabella screamed and tried to run faster. The morning sun beat down on her, fear and rage pumped through her. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let someone else she cared about be taken. Toby was a kid, just a kid. As she screamed Toby's name again, horrified, Noah streaked across the road, seconds, oh God. Seconds in front of the car, his broad, powerful arm wrapping around Toby's thin waist and threw them both across the road, rolling over the sidewalk and into the gully beside it as the car's tires hit the sidewalk seconds behind them and then roared off. The big, white blonde giant Rory had hired in place of the mechanic he had fired was across the road in a flash. He jumped into the gully as Sabella raced across the street. Noah! Oh God! Oh God! Noah! He had to be okay. She had seen him. Hadn't she seen him roll to that gully before the car hit the sidewalk? She didn't realize she was screaming his name until someone grabbed her from behind, holding her back as the mechanics raced into the incline. Noah, she screamed, sobbing, clawing at the arms holding her back. Noah! Sabella! Stop! Enough! Rory shook her, his voice harder than she had ever heard, his hands rough as he jerked around, glaring down at her. Let me go. Her fists struck out, one landing on his jaw, knocking him back, as she tore herself away from him and stumbled over the incline. Toby was sitting up, dazed, but Noah wasn't moving. Blood seeped down his arm, darkened his shirt at his waist, his thigh. The big mechanic, Nick, was leaning over him, slapping his face with hard, rough hands. Don't you touch him. She barreled into the bigger man, threw him off balance. Call an ambulance, she barked to the men standing around staring at her as though she were crazy. Now or I'll fire every friggin' one of you. She was running her hands over his body. She lifted the edge of his shirt to see the blood oozing from the vicious cuts at his side and on his abdomen from the night before. His jeans were damp with blood. He was losing blood. And a lot of it from his leg. Damn him. Damn him. She knew it was worse than he had tried to convince her this morning. Knew it. She tore her overshirt off, ripped it up the seams and packed the cotton at his waist, applying pressure to it before shoving the other cloth to the blonde giant staring at her with cold, seething, pale eyes, his lips parting as though to say something. His shoulder. Or get out of the way and I'll handle it. He was pressing it to the wound in Noah's shoulder as her hands examined Noah's body. His arms, ribs, upper legs. Nothing seemed broken. She stared at the men around her. Ambulance. No ambulance. Her head jerked around at the sound of his voice, the seething anger burning inside her as Noah blinked up at her, dazed. I'm okay. He shook his head and glared past her at Nick. Did you get the license? No plates, the other man rumbled. If she'll let me haul you up I'll take you to my place. Get you patched up if you don't want to go to the hospital. Like hell, he's going to a hospital. Sabella glared at both men, pain and fear raging through her, mixing with the anger. No hospital, Sabella. Noah pushed himself up. Where's Toby? Toby was fine. He was still sitting on the incline, staring around him in shock. Dude. Some bitch tried to run me over, he exclaimed. Some bastard more likely, Noah muttered, easing himself up, his gaze pinning Sabella. His eyes were fevered, glowing. Something not wholly natural was blazing in them, holding her speechless as the mechanics rushed around him. Come here. He held his arm out to her, his eyes demanding. Come here, Sabella. She moved to him slowly, watching his eyes, just his eyes. His arm moved around her, jerked her to him. If Nick hadn't been bracing them they would have both landed in the dirt. He lowered his lips to her ear. Stay steady. No ambulance. No hospital. You can't, under any circumstances, allow anyone to believe I'm not in fighting shape. Don't fight me, baby. Not yet. I'll explain everything later. She shuddered at the sound of his grating voice but nodded. He wouldn't go to a hospital, didn't want a doctor. And she wanted to know why. Let's go. Rory on one side, Nick on the other. Sabella felt crushed as they moved Noah across the road, his arms so tight around her back she wondered if he even realized his own strength. We need to get you to my place at least, Nick stated again. I have a friend that can patch you up. If you're this determined. Noah shook his head. The apartment. I'll get him upstairs, Nick growled at Sabella, a hiss of sound no one else would have heard but her and Rory. We'll have help en route. Rory, keep your ass down here and hold down the fort. Take care of the sheriff, you know he'll be here. What was going on? What the hell did Nick and Noah have in common besides cars? Cars and dangerous eyes. They dragged Noah to the back stairs, the weakness she could feel in him terrifying her. Her hand was wet with his blood, she could smell the scent of it, sharp and metallic, as Nick all but carried Noah up the stairs. Keys, Nick ordered. Sabella dug into Noah's pocket for his keys, barely holding back a gasp as she encountered the steel-hard thickness of his cock on the other side of the pocket lining. Pulling the keys free, she stared up at him again. His eyes were so hot, so bright, lust building in his gaze despite the weakness of his body. They weren't dark eyes, not the navy blue she was used to. They were bright, almost sapphire. Almost Oh God! They were almost, just almost Irish. Eyes. She forced herself to turn away, to shove the key into the lock, and would have entered the apartment if Noah hadn't jerked her back. Leaning against the porch railing, he jerked his head to the inside of the apartment in some indication to Nick. Nick slid into the apartment, and the movement reminded Sabella of a predator. Or of all those damned government documentaries where she watched federal or military agents slipping into unknown territory. They were agents of some sort. She wasn't stupid, she had been married to a SEAL, for God's sake. What made them think she hadn't paid attention to her husband? Even at home her husband had been careful, checking the house out, checking windows and doors, his eyes always hard, wary, until he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt everything was safe. Sabella would sit in the hall, file her fingernails, or pretend to. She had always paid more attention to the man she loved than she had to her nails. It had been a part of being married to him. One she had accepted even as she lusted after his tight, hard body while he looked all dangerous and predatory. Let's get him inside. Nick stepped out no more than a minute later and helped her steady Noah. They pulled him into the apartment and back to the bedroom. When she stripped the sheets back, she stared down at them in horror. There was so much blood. So much blood. Blood he had to have shed through the night. She turned and stared at him, watching as Nick helped him lie back, then bent and unlaced his boots before taking them off. Go into the living room. Noah was staring at her, hungry, fierce. Go now, Sabella. Why didn't you tell me, she whispered, her voice hoarse. Why didn't you tell me you were bleeding like this? Nick looked up at her, then to the bed. How much blood was smeared on you when you woke up? He asked. I washed it off her while she slept, Noah snapped, still glaring back at her. Go into the living room and no farther. Go now. She shook her head, moving instead to grip the hem of his shirt and pull it off. His hand jerked out, catching her wrist. Do you remember what happened last night? She stared back at him silently, her breathing harsh, heart racing in fear. It will happen again. And I won't give a shit who's watching. We have company coming. Let Nick know when you hear them coming to the door. Don't open it, you understand me? Ease off, Noah, Nick muttered, obviously wary, concerned. Answer me, Sabella, he growled. Do you understand me? She tugged at her wrist, jerked it, but his hold was like iron. Sabella. He growled her name, an order, a hint of determination in it that seemed like a slap from the past. Do you understand me? I'll wait in the living room, she whispered hoarsely. When I hear someone on the deck, I'll let Nick know. He held her gaze, those eyes, they were molten, like blue fire staring back at her. Finally, he nodded slowly and let her go, finger by finger, releasing his hold on her until she was drawing back, retreating slowly from the bedroom, walking through the hall, and standing silently in the kitchen. She was the widow of a Navy SEAL. She knew agents from various law enforcement agencies. Her father had been a detective with the Atlanta Police Department. She knew men like this. She knew how they moved, she knew how they looked, and she knew when she was being lied to. She swallowed tightly and stared around the living room. It was dim. Curtains were closed, she knew the windows would be firmly locked. What sort of government agents could they be? She searched her mind frantically, then sat down on the couch, trembling. Border Patrol maybe? No, they seemed too hard-eyed for Border Patrol. The only thing she could think of were the deaths that had been reported in the park in the past year or so. Illegals that had been hunted down in the dark. And there had been that girl that went missing from the college a few months before. A pretty girl, Lisa. She had been a friend of Toby's. FBI? Maybe CIA. She could see a CIA agent with that hard, stony gaze, with the power in every command he issued. Or a SEAL. A shudder swept through her. A SEAL acted like that. But SEALs wouldn't be investigating anything in Texas. They were a strike force, not an investigative agency. Noah was something similar, at least. An agent of some sort. Perhaps a former SEAL. A former SEAL as tall as her Husband, the same age as her husband would have been, one that held her as Nathan had and one whose eyes had bled with sapphire fire just moments before. The same color as Nathan's. She shook her head. God, was she so messed up that she had to believe Noah was Nathan too? Excuse her attraction, her hunger for him? There was no other excuse. There were vague similarities, she knew. Even Duncan had seen them. But he wasn't Nathan. Nathan was dead. The man she loved was gone. Wasn't he? She felt the tension tearing through her, fighting to rind the differences between Nathan and Noah. Noah was hardcore, Nathan had always been gentle in the bed. But she had sensed that darkness in him, had known there was more coming. Noah didn't hide it. She nibbled at her thumbnail. Her Nathan hadn't been scarred. His voice had been lyrical, a pure, dark sound that caressed her senses. Nathan had twirled his wrench just as Noah now twirled it. And chewed gum when he worked in the garage. She shuddered and pressed her hands to her stomach. That man in there was not her husband. Because her husband would have never stayed away from her for 6 years. He would not have left her alone and grieving for him. He couldn't have. Noah was an agent, he was just similar to Nathan sometimes, she told herself. Perhaps had the same training. So what was he doing in Alpine? The militia. The black-collar militia was rumored to have been behind the deaths in the park. Lately. Illegals who were hunted down. There had been murmurs about it for years. It had to be that or drugs. And there were no drugs in her garage, she made sure of it. She rubbed her hands together before wiping them over her face, realizing tears still tracked her flesh. She went to the kitchen drawer to get a dish towel to wash her face. She pulled the top one free and noticed the odd arrangement, the slight hump in the middle. Drawing them aside, she found the gun. Glock. She knew the type, the model. It was the same kind her husband had preferred. It was kept in the same place. What? Was there a damned class for where warriors hid their weapons? Nathan had never realized that she knew exactly where his guns were hidden through the 2 years they were married. She hadn't bothered them, had never mentioned them, but she had always known how to find them. She was aware of every place in the house where Nathan had a weapon hidden while they were married. And every place in the apartment. And this had been one of those places. She pushed the drawer back slowly, still gripping the dish towel as she moved to the sink and dampened it beneath the cold water. She wasn't going to go searching the apartment. Not yet. She could feel the panic rising inside her now, slowly, insidiously. She had to catch her breath first. Who was the man bleeding to death in the bedroom? Had he known Nathan? Had he researched her? Was that why he had come to her garage, why he had invaded her life? Was she a part of it, somehow? Her garage? She put the towel over her face and fought back the need to run, to hide. She had only hidden once in her life, those first 3 years of hell when nightmares and pain had seared every inch of her soul. When they had eased enough for her to function, she had come out of her bed, and had fought to rejoin the living. For what? So another man, another adrenaline junkie, could walk into her life and destroy it? The sound of vehicles pulling in behind the garage had her head jerking up. She was on her way to the bedroom when Nick came out of the room, caught her arm and dragged her back into the living room. Stay, he mouthed, his rugged face tight, his body tense as he went to the door and cracked it open. Sabella stood back and watched the men that came in. They stopped daily for gas. She didn't know their names, but they looked a hell of a lot different with their flat, hard gazes. There were 2 strangers, and bringing up the rear were Ian Richards and his wife Kira. She almost laughed. Hysteria almost bloomed inside her as she met Kira's compassionate and knowing gaze. Ian Richards was involved in this, and so was his wife. And Sabella wanted to know why. It wasn't as bad this time. Noah gripped the straps Nick had tied to the posts at the headboard. Gritted his teeth, and endured the stitches as Micah sewed his flesh together. He could feel his blood burning in his veins, churning through him and raging into his cock. Fucking horse dust. Fucking Diego Fuentes. The bastard was still alive and grinning, protected. By Homeland sees Noah lay in his own sweat and blood and fought to hold on to his sanity. The doctors had warned him that the effects of the drug his body had been filled with for so long might never be totally gone. There were still traces of it. Especially after a hard surge of adrenaline as there had been last night. Fever only made it worse. The cuts in his body had been deeper than he had wanted to admit to, and stopping the flow of blood had been an on-again, off-again thing. He had to still the surging lust beating in his brain somehow. He didn't want Sabella to see him like this. Like an animal, intent on nothing but sex. Hard. Fast. Driving sex. He'd used the last of the witch's brew of antibiotics, painkillers, and lust suppressors that the Navy doctors had put together for him the night before. It hadn't helped. You shouldn't have come, he bit out to the Israeli Mossad agent, or former agent. Dead men. They were all fucking dead men now. Jordan called in the order. Micah kept his voice low. We came in Travis's car. The garage isn't being watched. Travis had been watching for any eyes. You didn't pick up notice until that fight in the bar last night. Did you inject yourself when this happened? Noah nodded. Last of it last night. It didn't do much. You'll need a larger dose. Ian should have more here soon. The new batch was flown in last night. You'll be noticed leaving, Noah bit out. I can't trust all my mechanics. Sabella's going to have questions now. Rory has eyes like a hawk. Jordan called him first thing. He's watching everyone, keeping the boy inside. And you were advised to inform Ms. Malone of the status of this operation to begin with. She was given clearance for partial information. It's because of your stubbornness that she'll be pissed off now. You can deal with it. Now stop worrying. You sound like my mother. Fuck you. Wrong sex, big boy, he grunted. I've a mind for a little satin flesh, not your tough hide. Bastard. Noah coughed out a laugh. Yeah, ain't we all? Micah grinned as he mangled his hopeless Texas accent all to hell. Noah dug his head into the pillow as a punch of lust slammed into his balls. He swore he could smell Sabella's scent. It was making him mad with the need to fuck. The fever and adrenaline. Twice, this close together, was too much. He thought he'd have time to get the refill on the injections whenever he was wounded. Evidently, he'd been wrong. Ian has your meds, Noah, Micah told him softly. We can't give you anything for the pain until you get that, you know what that shit does to you. But the doctors sent some new shit, they seem to think they have a nice little concoction put together for that woody of yours and the pain is. Well. Noah shook his head. No more drugs. It would go away, it would ease, until he was as close to normal as possible. He'd fought this for too many years now. He was learning to get by. Or he had thought he was, until last night. We have to do something for the fever, Noah, Micah warned him, his black eyes concerned. Worried. There's antibiotics in it, a mix of painkillers. Same crap they used on you when you took that bullet 3 months ago. It eased it then. Let's give it a chance this time, okay? Nothing really eased it. Sometimes, the crap the Navy doctors came up with allowed him to keep his sanity, but it didn't ease the need. The fiery, blood-curdling lust for his woman. Not any woman. His woman. His wife. As he blinked back the sweat from his eyes, he loosened his grip on the straps and fought back the driving insanity. It had held him in a grip like iron for months after his rescue. Incessant, burning. The furious lust was like a vicious plague burning through his system. All he needed was Sabella. If they would just get the hell away from him, he could survive it. Let his sweet little wife wash over him like rain. A ragged groan tore from his throat at the thought of her. So tight and hot, just flowing over him. Sucking him into her and taking everything he had to give. There's Ian. Nick moved from the doorway and headed back into the apartment, where Sabella was. Murderous jealousy rose inside him. He'd always had to fight his jealousy. He'd never let Sabella know it, had never shown it around her, but it had been like a growling animal inside him. Anytime, every time another man had been close enough to touch her. And now Nick was in the other room with her. Big, blonde, Gentler no doubt. Noah doubted the Russian would take her without foreplay. Or that he would sit her on a table while he bled to death and care about nothing but burying his face between her legs. Whoa! Hold on there, Noah! Micah pushed him back to the bed as he surged upward. Break my stitches and I'll knock your ass out like I did with the bullet. That pierced the haze, a little. Noah grunted a laugh. When the doctors refused to give him a painkiller and Noah refused to pass out from the pain, Micah had taken care of it. He'd gone behind the hospital gurney, behind Noah, and the hell if Noah knew how he'd done it, but after that, there was only the dark. And no pain. He couldn't afford to lose consciousness this time. Sabella could be in danger. If Toby was in danger, then he knew Sabella would be. It was just a matter of time. God, he should have stayed the hell away from her. How's he doing? Ian stepped into the room. His voice was rough, almost as ragged as Noah's was now. Noah stared up at his friend. When they were 10, Noah had heard Ian's screams piercing the desert surrounding his father's ranch. He'd forced his father from his bed, harassed and screamed. Until Grant Malone had followed him. And they had found Ian, cradling his mother as her life nearly slipped away. Screaming. Enraged. His voice broken by the time they reached him. They'd been best friends from that night. And that friendship had endured, even after Noah learned that Diego Fuentes was Ian's father. Even after Fuentes had nearly destroyed Noah. You look like shit. Noah growled as Ian moved to the bed, his eyes dark with pain, with regret. I should have killed the bastard while I had the chance, Ian said heavily. I'm sorry, man. Fuentes should be dead. Diego Fuentes was Ian's father. The man who had tortured Nathan, who had nearly destroyed him. Yeah, and once for me as soon as those bastards at Homeland Security lift the ban on him. Noah breathed in roughly before glaring back at Ian. Get Sabella out of here, Ian. Get her to Jordan in the COMM bunker. Keep her safe till this is through. He could smell her, like sweet hot rain. It's bad this time, Micah murmured to Ian. Doc sent him some goodies. Here. Ian tossed Micah the black leather bag he carried and turned back to Noah and stated. Belle's not stupid, Noah. You know that. You'll have to give her the mission parameters at least. She and Rory both were cleared for that. She's probably already figured you're an agent of some sort anyway. I hate this shit. Noah rose up in the bed, glaring at both of them, ignoring Ian's warning as Micah shoved a syringe in his shoulder. Come on, Noah, it made it better last time. Ian breathed out roughly. The hell it did. Made it better for you guys because you couldn't hear me screaming, he snarled. I heard it in my own fucking head. Do you want Sabella to hear it? Micah asked him then. Noah shook his head. That's the only reason you got that needle anywhere close to me. He lay back on the bed, glared at Micah as he inserted a second syringe. I'm going to break your fingers. You won't be able to shove that shit in me then. Micah grinned at him. It was the norm. They cursed, insulted each other, threatened to kill each other on a daily basis. It kept them alive. Keep chirping at me and I'll pump you so full of this shit I'll make Fuentes look like a choirboy. You got me. Noah nodded shortly, licked his dry lips, and breathed out. Bastard. I can't take Belle to the bunker, Ian told him then. You know we can't do that, Noah. He closed his eyes. God, he wanted her safe. He wanted her away from his madness and away from the danger he had brought down on her and the questions he knew she was going to ask. Where the hell had his mind been? He should have never taken this mission. He should have gone to Siberia. We're tracking the car that went after Toby. Ian sat down in the chair by the bed. Some of the mechanics thought they'd seen it last night, close to the bar. I'm guessing it's one of the yokels that attacked you. Noah nodded jerkily. Yeah, stupid bastards. Thought they could slice and dice me and run me the hell off. Toby was a message, they'll target friends next. They definitely sliced and diced you. Micah snorted. I have you all stitched and bandaged. Now, little soldier. You can go back and play with all the bad boys again tomorrow. Bite me, you half-breed little bastard, Noah said. He keeps forgetting I prefer the female persuasion. Micah laughed. Doesn't that go against your damned religion? Don't you have to be married first or some shit? Noah bit out. The general insults were a game. Attention stiller. Bitch at each other to take your mind off the pain. It was a head game, because it sure as hell didn't help the pain. What religion? Micah rolled his black eyes. Since joining up with you yahoos, all my beliefs have been shot to hell. Yahoos, Ian corrected him, but his eyes were on Noah. Slow easy breaths. Noah could smell Sabella with every breath he took. He could feel his blood pounding in his dick, the need racing through him as fresh, as violent, as it had been the first time. Fuentes shoved a needle in his arm. Noah dragged himself up on the bed, the fabric of his jeans cutting into his dick. Hell, he needed to fuck. This wasn't like the past 6 years when taking a woman meant breaking the vows he'd made to his wife. Now it would mean burying himself inside his wife. Feeling her tight and sweet around him. It would mean loving her, touching her. It would be stilling the fire burning in his gut and probably bleeding like a stuck pig all over her again. He breathed in roughly, feeling his head beginning to clear marginally. As much as he hated that shit they shot into him, at least he could think now. Hell. He took a hard breath then looked at Ian. Get Micah, Travis, and Nick out of here. Put Travis on Mike Conrad's ass. I want to know why I was hit last night and why they struck it. Toby today. Tell Rory to keep his ass and Toby's in the office, Nick can keep an eye on them. Without anyone knowing. I want Micah on long-distance watch of the garage and the house. Make sure no eyes caught you coming in and none catch you leaving. People would expect Ian and Kira Richards to show up, they'd expect Nick to help his boss's lover up to the apartment. That's it. Get the rest of them out of here. And Belle? Ian asked. Sabella stays here. It was too late for her to leave and he knew he would only follow her. No matter where they hid her. And the bunker was off limits to her unless she was directly targeted. Noah, you're in no shape for this decision, Ian said quietly. You know where it's going to go. Those drugs haven't done anything for the lust, man. It's burning in your eyes. And that surgery might have darkened them, but right now, they're blazing almost pure sapphire. You need her out of here. I still have the control. He was sure of it. He knew he did. I won't hurt her. He'd never hurt her. He'd slice his own throat first. And the eyes are just fucking eyes. They'll dim once this eases. You'll have explanations to make. Tell her what the hell is going on, Ian told him harshly. At least as far as this mission is concerned. But you're fooling yourself if you think she's not going to figure out more than that. You didn't see the look on her face when Kira and I arrived. Noah breathed in deeply. It would kill him, but he'd take care of that too. She wouldn't suspect who he was when he was finished. After all, her husband never yelled at her, he didn't fuck her like an animal, and he sure as hell didn't put her in the middle of a dangerous assignment. No. Sabella would never suspect who he really was. You break open my stitches and you'll bleed like you were gutted again, Micah snarled. He shook his head. Get the hell out of here. Now. Leave Nick in the garage. Tell him to stay in place for cover. We can't afford to have the team here like this. When those bastards move we need to be right behind them. Until then, we won't have a break in this and we'll never catch them. And if you break with Belle? Ian asked him. If you tell her who you are, what you are. What? Then? Noah stared back at him. That wouldn't happen. Ever. He couldn't bear for his Sabella to know what had happened to the man she had loved so desperately that she came to him in hell. Dead men don't talk, he said, his voice bleak. She won't know. Ever. Her husband is dead. Ian stared back at him, his lips tightening before he turned to Micah and nodded to the door. He's fooling you, the Israeli snapped. He doesn't have enough control not to hurt her. Oh, he had control, Ian knew. More control than any of them realized. Get out of here, Ian ordered. Give the others their orders. This is his play, not yours. Micah rose to his feet, glared at both of them, then lifted his lip in a sneer and headed to the door. Like the Russian, the Australian, the Englishman, their Israeli didn't always understand some of the rules they broke, and others that they made. Incorporating these men into a viable working team hadn't been easy. They were hard men. Dead men with nothing else to lose but their honor. But they were good men. Ian turned back to Noah. He was wild with the lust, there was no doubt of it. But Ian had seen him in a hell of a lot worse shape. He'd disappeared on them more than once in worse shape, and Belle had never suffered. The man had lived for 19 months pumped up on a drug that the doctors still couldn't figure out entirely. Pumped so high on it that he'd been like an animal, nearly deranged with the need for sex. And he had never taken what Fuentes had offered him. He'd never broken his vows. He'd never let go of his wife. Ian had to trust in his belief that Noah wouldn't hurt her now. Nodding, he moved to the door, glancing back at his friend and hating himself, hating Fuentes. With a strength that still had the power to fill him with bitter rage. His father had done this. The man who sired him. And Ian still let him live. Because he was his father or because Homeland Security needed him? And where, he wondered, was the line drawn? He should have killed the bastard while he had the chance. Chapter 15. Sabella was standing at the narrow counter that separated the kitchen from the living room, watching the hall when Ian stepped out of the bedroom. She and Kira hadn't spoken, the words were there between them, but neither of them had yet broken the silence. The obviously Middle Eastern agent, and she knew they were agents, had stomped from the apartment with Nick and the others moments before, leaving an eerie silence between her and Kira. The other woman watched her closely, her grey eyes thoughtful. Now, as Ian moved into the room, Sabella straightened and glanced back to the closed bedroom door. Is he okay? She shoved her hands in the pockets of her jeans and stared back at the man who had been her husband's greatest friend. Strange, wasn't it, that he seemed to be Noah's friend as well? He will be. He stood straight and tall, though his arm went around his wife as she came to him. Sabella held his gaze, she didn't hold her tongue. Who is he? What is he? Was that surprise that flickered in his eyes? Ian didn't speak. She stomped to the kitchen drawer, jerking it open and practically slammed the Glock on the counter. She bent, opened the doors beneath the sink, and pulled free the weapon velcroed onto the cabinet frame. She stalked over to the couch, bent, and pulled the smaller handgun from the little pocket beneath the couch and added it to her pile. Who the hell is he and what is he doing in my garage and in my life? Her hand slapped the counter. And why are you here with him? You were my husband's best friend, Ian. He said you were the same as his brother, and now you bring an agent into his wife's life. His widow's, Ian said softly, gently. Sabella flinched. And that makes it okay, she bit out. Damn you, Ian. You'd betray him that way. I haven't betrayed Nathan, Belle. His stare was fierce and hard. I don't order Noah Blake anywhere. Whatever the hell he's doing on his own. I know him. We're friends. I'm your friend. Yes, they were friends. For 2 years she had watched her husband and his friend together. They had been as close as brothers, maybe closer. And Ian had a particular little habit. One her father used to have. When he lied, he didn't so much as bat an eyelash. His expression didn't change, his body didn't tense, and he reacted so normally that it had always appeared abnormal to Sabella. Don't you lie to me. She pointed a trembling finger back at him, stabbed it in his direction. Don't you dare lie to me. Something's wrong with him and it's more than a few knife cuts. And there's more going on here than that crap you just let slip from your mouth. And if he could tell you anything more, he would, Kira stated. Sabella's gaze sliced to the other woman. What was the warning in her eyes? It was there. She could see it, feel it, and so did Ian. Kira, could you wait outside? He asked her. No, Ian, I really can't. She smiled back at him, the obvious love she felt for her husband in her eyes, her smile. But her determination defining her stance. He almost rolled his eyes. You're my friend, Sabella said harshly. Yet you're standing here and allowing him to lie to me. You're lying to me. Ian breathed out roughly. Sabella, listen to me. Who is he? She asked both of them, again. He's an agent, isn't he? She was shaking, torn apart by that realization. Which agency? FBI. Ian shook his head. Noah isn't an agent, Belle. Not of any government agency. That leaves private, she guessed. He didn't answer her. Are you a part of it? Let's say you're cleared to know only the fact that there is an operation being conducted in Alpine, he finally told her. You and Rory were cleared for that knowledge, no one else. And he wasn't lying. She licked her lips nervously. What's wrong with him? She was still breathing roughly, the question she wanted to ask held back, from the fear of disappointment. Ian's jaw bunched. Nothing you need to be frightened of. He hoped. She heard what he wasn't speaking. Why is he here? That's his story to tell, Belle, he said, sighing. I'm here as your friend, and as his. That's all. Anyone else can know. I heard about the attack on Toby and received a call that Noah had been hurt as well. I wanted to check out the situation for myself. You're lying, she cried out. Damn you. Damn you both to hell, you're lying to me, just as you lied to me about how my husband died. She whirled away from him, her hands covering her face before she turned back. He wasn't just shot. Was he? She was shaking now, so desperate. For some part of the truth somewhere, that she was nearly mad for him. Tell me, Ian, tell me. What happened to my husband, and then tell me what the hell that man is doing in my life. She pointed toward the hallway, watching as Noah stepped into the hallway. Belle. Ian shook his head. They wouldn't let me say goodbye to my husband, she snarled. I couldn't see his body. You didn't want to see his body, Belle, Ian snapped back. Trust me. Remember him the way he was and let him go. Because he's dead. And I promise you, you didn't want to see what we recovered. A sob tore from her throat. For a second, just for a second, she had almost thought. She shook her head. No, she had known better. She covered her mouth with her hand but had to turn away from them all. All of them. Belle. Kira spoke behind her. Sabella lifted her hand. Silence. She just needed silence. She just needed a minute to let that last flame of hope die within her. I want to go home, she whispered, turning back to them, her gaze going to Noah. He stared at her, his eyes flaming, his expression agonized. She wanted to go to him. She wanted to wrap her arms around him, and she wanted the world to make sense just one more time. Do you really want to walk away from him, Sabella? Kira asked, stepping to her, laying her hand on her shoulder as another sob shuddered through her body. She leaned close. He may not be your husband. But do you really want to walk away from who he could be to you? You're the same one who told me to fuck him and get the sexual crisis out of the way, she bit out, sniffing back the tears. That didn't help, Kira. Not at all. Didn't it, Belle? She smiled, a sad, gentle smile. Your husband is gone. But you didn't die with him. Kira, tell me the truth, she whispered, so filled with pain and suspicion it was ravaging her. Enough. Sabella lifted her head to see Noah walking into the living room, almost staggering. He wore the jeans he had worn earlier, snapped and zipped and obviously straining beneath an erection. Kira sighed as Ian came to his wife and wrapped his arm around her waist. Come on. Troublemaker. Noah eased to the counter and stared at the weapons she had managed to locate. How did you find them? He asked her, his voice more grating than normal. Sabella clenched her teeth then smiled mockingly. You hid them exactly where my husband would have hid them. There, she'd said it, it was out in the open and she could have sworn he barely held back a flinch. He was silent for long moments before he finally nodded. I'm a contract agent for a private company, he finally said, reaching out to pick up the Glock. Before edging around the counter, he replaced the first two weapons. An adrenaline junkie. She sneered. Just what I needed in my life. Tell me, Noah, did you know my husband? She cocked her hip and crossed her arms over her breasts as she stared back at him, looking, searching, desperate to either confirm or disprove the suspicions rising inside her. He paused, staring down at the counter, his hands braced on it before his eyes, just his eyes, lifted to her. I knew your husband. We weren't exactly friends. Enemies. His lips quirked mockingly. No, we weren't enemies. We just knew each other. So is Noah your real name? He nodded slowly, still watching her. It's my real name. And what made you decide to come to Texas to fuck Nathan Malone's wife? He flinched. Sabella could feel the hurt radiating through her. Betrayal. It felt like betrayal. Like deception. That's not what happened. He shook his head, and she knew he was lying. She could feel it. Like instinct. Like a scent that teased at her senses. Just as she had always known when her husband was lying to her. You knew who I was, you knew who Rory was, and you targeted us, didn't you? He licked his lower lip. The action wasn't nervous, it wasn't hesitant. It was sexual. The look in his eyes was sexual. Everything about him screamed hardcore sex. I did. At least he didn't lie to her. Why, she cried painfully. Why did you do this to me? I didn't hurt enough? Do you think I wanted another adrenaline junkie who doesn't care for anything more than he cares for his fix? He stared at her in surprise. Is that what you think being a seal was to your husband? A fix? You couldn't give him. What else could it have been? Look at you. She flung her hand toward him. Admit it. You love the adrenaline. You love how it hypes you, makes you high. It's better than sex. She sneered. Isn't it, Noah? His eyes. Those eyes. They were rapacious, blazing, so hot they melted parts of her she didn't want to admit existed. They weren't navy blue, but shades lighter. Not Irish eyes, but neither were they entirely natural. His gaze roamed her body and she swore heat licked over her flesh. There's nothing as good as sex with you. His voice was guttural now. There's nothing, no high, no drug, no amount of danger as good as burying my cock inside you. And I'd give the last ounce of blood in my body to come inside you, one more time. But I'm not Nathan Malone. She lost her breath. Sabella stumbled back a step, her chest tightening as the need for oxygen battled with the shock that seared her insides. You want him back until it rips your guts inside, don't you, Sabella? He pushed himself back from the counter, moved around it. You want him until you live and breathe the memory of a man that's never going to come back to you. She shook her head, agony searing her heart to hear him say that. To hear the words, when that fragile flame of hope had been moving inside her. A hope she refused to even name, because she ached so desperately for it. They wouldn't let you see his body, so you prayed he was alive. The cruelty of his words bore down on her, the very gentleness of his tone struck inside her like the vicious lash of a whip. Don't. She shook her head, feeling the tears that eased from her eyes, feeling the pain that dug into her soul and tore at the last dream of ever holding her husband again. Please don't. His hands touched her. He pushed her hair back from her face, his thumbs eased over the tears. And more fell. Your husband is dead. Pain echoed in his voice as well. He's gone. Sabella. No. She shook her head. No. He's only alive in your dreams. His lips touched hers. But I'm here. Right here. Let me. Sabella. Let me have what Nathan Malone didn't have. Let me have all of his wild witch. No. She screamed out at the rocking agony. She wanted to strike him. She wanted to tear at his hair, at his eyes, and all she could do was jerk away from him, jerk away and force her feet to the kitchen, and no further. You didn't give him all of yourself, he accused her, his voice grating, soft, as he followed her. His hands gripped her shoulders, fingers splaying, holding her firmly as she tensed in his grip. You give it to me. Admit that much. You give me the woman you didn't allow him to see. I love him. You loved him. The fire in his eyes burned with pain, bleak sorrow, and lust. Loved, Sibella. Because he's gone. Stop. She shook her head. I'm not Nathan Malone. He yelled the words at her, striking her with them as she hunched her shoulders against the blow and the firm shake he gave her. She shook her head, sobbing, the cries tearing from her chest. Get that in your head, Sibella. I am not Nathan Malone. I am not the man you loved, but by God, I am the man that's going to fuck you. That's going to hold you when you cry in the night, and the man that's going to bind you to him so tight, so hard, that you'll never think to hide even a particle of who and what you are from him. Stop. Stop. She sobbed. Her breath was heaving, tears dimming her vision, as the words tore through her with the effect of a jagged knife. I won't stop. Hard hands held her to him, refused to let her go. Look at me, Sibella. His features were blurred, the need to lean against him, to find something to hold on to, weakened her knees. I'm not Nathan Malone. But I'm your lover, Sibella. And I need you. I need you like your husband had no idea how to need you. I need you until the fever burns inside me for your touch. Your kiss. He clasped her head in his hands, lowered his lips and smoothed them over hers, sipped from hers. He tasted her tears and her pain, and something inside his soul tore loose. Ah God, how he was hurting her. Hurting her until her sobs tore through him like dull spikes and ripped at his in. But he knew. The second he heard her questioning Ian, he knew she had begun to suspect. Somehow, some way, his too perceptive little witch had sensed the ghost of her husband inside him. She shuddered against him. The horse dust, those last-minute amounts that infected his system, pumped through him, overshadowed everything but the feel of her. The feel of her soft lips, the taste of her pain and her tears. Sibella, he whispered. Touch me. Just touch. Close your eyes and be with whoever you need to be with, but touch me. He lifted her hands, pressed them against his hard stomach beneath the bandage that covered the knife wound. He felt her jerk, felt her response. I would die for your touch. He kissed her lips again, watched as her head lifted, her soft grey eyes cloudy with her tears, with the lost dreams. She shook her head and he kissed her again. His lips caught hers this time, settled against them. And rather than devouring as he needed to, he let himself sip, let himself taste. Because she responded. Torn between the man she loved and the man she wanted. And he couldn't allow her to suspect both were breathing and aching for her. Please don't, she whispered when his head lifted and he drew her back into the living room. Drew her to the bedroom. Walk away then. He turned, shucked his jeans, and palmed the thick, heavy erection pounding with lust. Her gaze flickered to him and she trembled. He could see the battle on her face. Sweet beautiful Sibella. Battling her anger, her fear, her want. He lay back on the bed and stroked his heavy cock. And she watched. Her fingers fisted in her t-shirt now, her face flushed though tears still glittered in her eyes. I'll lie right here, he promised her. I'll be a good boy and you can ride me, Sibella. She used to love that, he remembered. She had loved rising over him, taking him, working his cock inside her at her own pace. He watched her gaze darken, watched the hunger crawl inside her, watched as her breathing deepened, grew heavier. Her breasts lifted against her shirt, hard little nipples pressing into the fabric. Come here. He held his hand out to her. Let me tell you what it feels like inside you. How? Your mouth feels going down on me. Your hands on my flesh. He was dying for her hands on him. Aching. Racked by the need in ways he had never been tortured before this. She hesitated. He watched the battle in her gaze. The battle between him and the memory she refused to let go. Forever. Something inside him gentled as he remembered the vow she had always whispered to him. That she would love him forever. And he had sworn he would return to her forever. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her hands lowered to the hem of her shirt and she removed it. Slowly. Her hair was unbound, lying past her shoulders in thick, heavy waves as she tossed the shirt aside, leaving her breasts covered only by the filmy silk of her bra. She sat down, unlaced her boots, and pulled them free of her small feet, then pulled off her jeans. It wasn't a seductive striptease. It was a woman finally releasing something inside herself. Or testing something. He wasn't certain, and his mind was clouded by the lust raging inside him. This isn't normal. She stepped to him, easing onto the bed beside him as she let her hand smooth up the inside of his thigh. This hard. This aroused. You were bleeding bad last night. Noah. Give me this much at least. Tell me what's wrong with you. He clenched his jaw. He could feel the sweat popping out on his flesh, dampening him as the fever nearly took his head off. It spiked so hard inside him. Have you heard of horse dust? She blinked. It's a date rape drug. Or was. He nodded. We were tracking the man selling it and I was captured. Pumped up on it for a while. There are still minute amounts of it in my body. Adrenaline pumps it through me. Wounds, fevers. I get hard. I need to fuck. Anything? Anyone? Her lashes lowered as her fingers eased over the torturously tight sack of his balls. He shook his head. No. How many women have you had since they did this to you? Does it matter? He wouldn't lie to her, not now, not while her fingers were caressing his balls. His thighs shifted apart, allowing her to cup him as a ragged groan tore from his lips. Right now, it won't matter. Later, maybe it will. She lowered her head, and Noah felt live electricity sear his nerve endings as she tongued his balls with her damp little tongue. She gave him a wet kiss. Cupping her lips over his balls, she licked him until his hands were buried in her hair, pulling at it, then pushing her head closer. Kneading her scalp like a cat and flexing beneath her touch. There was something different in her touch now. He couldn't pinpoint it. Not yet. He'd figure it out tomorrow. Later. After he got her mouth on his dick. But damn, those sweet lips felt so good. On his balls. They were tight, they were always tight when the fever hit him, when the need for her touch was an agony, a starvation. When nothing mattered but feeling her. Just feeling her. Just for a minute, before the hunger sharpened and he had to move. She sucked at his balls, kissed them. Had she ever done that when they were married? He swore she hadn't. But he hadn't exactly pushed her to be adventurous. He had always been too damned greedy just to get into her pants in the first place. Now, he wanted more. He wanted that wild woman he was glimpsing. The one who liked being talked dirty to. The one who burned in his arms when he let her have her way with his body. Is this what you want? Her voice was velvet soft, a rasp of pleasure so sweet he felt it lance through his body as her tongue licked up the heavy stalk of his erection. God, yes. He lifted to her, watching, his teeth clenched, pleasure ricocheting from nerve ending to nerve ending as her mouth finally closed over the head of his cock. Ah, hell yes. This. Her mouth sucking his cock head tight and hot, so sweet. His hips arched to her as he felt her tongue the underside, rub it, her tongue stretching against it in that hot little way. She had. He shivered at the sensation. Shit. That was good. It was too damned good because he was going to blow any second if she kept that up. Then she changed tactics. She sucked him. Hell. Damn you. His hands locked in her hair at the tight, deep strokes of her mouth. Suck me. Sabella. God, that hot mouth of yours is like heaven. Sucking me straight to ecstasy. She took him deeper inside her mouth than he ever remembered going before. She worked his cock head against her tongue, the roof of her mouth. She stroked him with silken lips, a destructive tongue, and when he thought he was going to shatter from the pleasure, she released him. Pretty lips, he groaned. Swollen from my cock fucking them. Do you know how much that turns me on? His witch. His sweet hot little witch. She stared back at him, her grey eyes darkening, her face flushed, her hair wild around her face and shoulders. A lot, she whispered, licking her lips, then licking the underside of his cock head. I'm guessing you like it a whole lot. A temptress. A brazen little sexbot licking her tongue over the head of his cock and tasting the pearl of semen that beaded at the tiny slit of his cock head. And then she moaned. He was going to come with nothing more to spur it than the sound of that moan, hot and hungry. His cock jerked in her hands and she smiled. A sensual, confident little smile. The knowing smile. A woman that holds a man in the very palm of her hand, literally. Not just his soul, but his dick. She held all of him. Noah knew it. He had known it since the first day he saw her, frazzled. Worried about her job and her car and asking for a wrench. Hell, if he'd known she meant the wrench itself rather than a helping hand. And here she was now, her body sliding slowly up his, straddling his hips, easing over him and staying clear of his wounds. That hot, wet pussy slid over the shaft of his cock, tucking it between his own body and her swollen flesh as her lips lowered to his. He was waiting on her, hungry for her. Desperate. Dying in her arms and she didn't even know it. He died in her arms every time he shot his seed inside her. Every time he felt her contracting around him in release. Kiss me, Noah. Sweet, sensual, her voice worked his senses like a master musician with an instrument. She strummed through his heart, plucked at his ragged soul and left him reaching for her. You're teasing, he growled as her tongue licked over his hips. His hand gripped her hips, moving her against him, feeling her pussy slide over his erection as her tongue tasted his lips. I intend to deliver. She nipped at his lips, stared down at him. You better deliver fast. He was this side of panting, 1 second from rolling her to the bed and burying the thick, tormented length of his cock inside her. She lifted her hips as his hands slid up her torso, cupped her swollen breasts. He bent his head too. Her hard little nipples as she let the head of his cock tuck into her entrance. Noah felt heat sizzle through his dick. It began at the tip, her juices kissed it, glazed it, then pure tight bliss began to enfold it. He sucked her nipple harder, lashed it with his tongue and heard her cry out his name. Oh yeah! Baby, so good! He had to release her nipple, had to hold her face in his hands, stare into her eyes. So damn tight. Sweet. Ride me, sweetheart. Ride me out of hell. She took him deeper, rocking on him, moving against him as he lifted to her, watching her eyes. Watching them as his chest tightened, exploded. She was staring at him the way she'd stared at him before he died. Before he was taken from her. He had told her to imagine him however she needed to. To let him be whatever she needed. And this was how desperately she needed her husband. The man who had chased the adrenaline high. Rather than his future with her. But it had been more than that. So much more. And it ended here. In her arms, and he knew the loss hadn't been worth it. Nothing was worth losing this woman. Yet. Ride me now. Fuck me hard and sweet. But later. Later I'm going to lay you down and lap that pretty pussy again. Fill my mouth with your sweet juice. I'm going to tongue your pussy. Sibella. I'm going to suck your clit until you're screaming. Begging. For me. She shivered and arched. She took more of him, her pussy growing wetter around him, tighter. Around him. He had never talked to her like that. He'd always cuddled her, tried to protect her from what he was, from what had once been just a shadow of darkness inside his sexuality. Yes. She hissed her pleasure, she loved it. Her head fell back as she moved on him, working herself on him, faster, slower, teasing and taking and giving until he was ready to roar with the agonizing pleasure of it. The horse dust made the need sharper, harder. But it hadn't changed the pleasure. She still gave him more pleasure, destroyed him with each touch, took him like a vixen in heat, and made him want to beg for more. She rode him now, sliding up and down, watching him, her eyes narrowed, her face flushed as he watched the pleasure rising inside her as well. He smiled. A tight hard smile. And did something he had never done as her husband. Hooking. His arm around her he drew her to his chest, took her lips. The fingers of one hand slid into the syrupy juices surrounding his cock and drew them back to a place he had never touched as her husband. A place he hadn't yet explored, dreamed of exploring, ached to take. She was jerking against him. Her breathing shallow now, taking his cock harder as he slick-kenned his fingers, tucked one at that entrance and took control from her. His hips slammed upward, his finger eased inside her. Slow and easy. Working in and out. Lubricating with her own juices just enough to allow this penetration. She was going wild. Arching and bucking. Easy. Slow down, Sabella. Slow and easy. He pulled his finger back, worked more of her juices. To the tiny entrance and slid in again. Slid in until he was lodged inside to the base of his finger. Feeling her hot and tight there as well. Then he moved. I want to take you here. He was fucking her, driving inside her, shafting her with quick hard strokes. I want to stretch you, ease you. I want to slide into your hot little ass and feel you go insane with the pleasure of it. His finger moved slow and easy, sliding with the lightest strokes as he searched inside her pussy. With his cock, slammed inside her until he felt the first ripples, the first warning contractions. Rippling through her pussy. She was getting ready to explode. He thrust harder, deeper, impaling her with his cock and with his finger and feeling his balls catch fire. The flames rushed up his spine as she screamed against his chest, exploded around him and began jerking in his arms with the pleasure. He heard his own yell. Her name. Just her name. Not the vow he had always given her. But it was. Followed by the hardest, hottest cum he'd ever had in his life. Semen shot from his cock in furious, violent eruptions. It filled her, washed through her, and she cried out again, shivered and contracted around him again. Tense, tight, holding him inside her as she shuddered weakly. Through the pulsing pleasure then collapsed against his chest. Later, much later, Sabella stared into the darkness. Noah slept beside her, one arm under her, one thrown over her. His head rested next to hers, the soft rhythm of his breathing flowed over her. There were things, Sabella thought, that men just did not always consider when it came to women. Because women were smart enough not to tell them. Women took the time to know the men they loved. The little things. Women were curious like that, where men weren't always as perceptive, even big tough seals and super agents. For instance, the way a man touched a woman's body, the woman he loved. Not just the feel of his fingers, but how he did it. The strength could change, it could be gentle and firm, or it could be desperate and hungry, but still there were things that remained the same. Certain sensations. Certain ways of doing it. The way a man took a woman, hard and fast or slow and easy or anything in between, there was always a single constant. And that was the man. Scars marred Noah's hands and his body. There were calluses her husband hadn't had and there were calluses her husband had had that were missing from Noah's hands. But the way his cock pressed into her, the nerve endings it stroked, the way he filled her, the way he stretched her, it was all too similar. Too many things were too similar. Sabella. You hit my truck. It was right there, in plain view. The memory slashed over her, around her. It seared in her memory. Nathan yelling at her. Nathan never yelled at her. He always controlled himself. But she had shocked him that day. He had gripped her shoulders to move her out of the way, but she had felt it. Felt the way his fingertips pressed, not ungently, in a distinct way. The way his fingers flared out, gripped, moved her. She remembered his eyes. So wild, the way they went feverish with anger, arousal, and pure lust. As he dragged her into the house. It was distinctive. She remembered the exact spots his fingers had pressed into her shoulders. How it made them feel, how his eyes had changed. She remembered where he hid his guns. How he hid his guns. He had known where the coffee cups were in her kitchen that first morning when she had informed him he wouldn't be sharing her bed. She had distracted him, made him angry right off. And he had stalked straight to the coffee cups and pulled one free, and not once had she shown him where they were. He slept against her as her husband once had. He held her as her husband had held her. And that first night, between sleep and waking, she was certain, now she was certain to the solace of her feet, that she had heard him whisper "Go see Ray." The words only her husband had known to whisper to her. She turned her head to stare at him, watched how his hair fell over his brow now. Nathan had always kept his hair cut short, but the profile hadn't changed that much. Small differences. Enough to fool her at first. He was her soul. No other man could have walked into her life and taken her over as he had. Only her husband could have done that. And he had been lying to her all along. He said he'd been captured. Pumped full of that horrifying drug that had been in the news a few years back. And she remembered her own nightmares. The crawling certainty that he was in danger, not dead. Hearing him scream out for her, begging her to save him, to help him. Her horror, her uncertainty. Waking in the middle of the night screaming from an agony that had no beginning and no end. He said her husband had died. His eyes had held bleak, raging pain. And he hadn't lied to her. He truly thought the man he was had died. And perhaps in ways he had. But this was still her husband, her lover, her soul. Only his name had changed. He was still hers. And he was still lying to her. He was, and Rory was. Her eyes narrowed. The son of a bitch. Rory knew. He had told Rory, but he hadn't told his own wife. She fought back the panic, the pain at the thought that Noah hadn't told her the truth, perhaps even hadn't returned home for her. Rory was stronger. He was a man. And he knew the truth, she was certain of it. Whatever Noah was doing, did he think he would need help? He had had to get into the garage, but why? To get to her? To do whatever he had come here to do? She inhaled slowly. Whatever the reason, it was time her husband, as much as she loved him, adored him, as much as having him back in her arms meant to her, it was time he learned. Lying to Sabella was a very, very bad thing. Chapter 16. The next morning Toby was still shaken, but he was at work on time and determined to stay. He wasn't going to let anyone run him off, he claimed. Sabella worked in the garage for several hours, tuning up one of the vehicles that had come in the evening before and finishing it before she looked at the clock and smiled. She lowered the hood, her gaze going to Noah. He was watching the computer readout on a new SUV, twirling a wrench lazily through his fingers and chewing gum. Damn, she was glad none of the old mechanics he had employed worked here anymore. They would have seen that and suspected instantly. If they had ever paid attention to it. It was something Sabella had found completely sexy the few times she had seen him do it, so many years ago. Irish. Her heart swelled, tears threatened to rush to her eyes, and she had to turn away quickly to keep from sobbing out in joy. Her Irish. He was back, he was here. She trembled at the knowledge and shook with the anger. Whatever had kept him away, it was obvious he had spent quite a lot of time recovering from it. She would have been there for him. She could have been there. She would have given up her life. To have made a single day, a single hour, easier for him. And he had refused to allow it. He hadn't let her come to him, hadn't let her comfort him, and even now, he tried to hide from her. From the corner of her eye she watched as Rory came over to him, caught the wrench, and gave his brother a warning glare. Oh yeah, Rory knew. He knew well enough to know to watch for the little things that would give Noah away. She turned away before narrowing her eyes as a sense of betrayal filled her. He could tell his brother, but he couldn't tell her? She turned and jerked the mechanic's rag from the counter and cleaned her hands. Rory, I have an appointment, she called out. I'll be back around 5. Both Rory and Noah turned to her, their expressions wiping, becoming bland. Bastards. We have a lot of work piled up here, Belle. Rory cleared his throat as Noah crossed his arms over his chest and gave her a brooding stare. It can't be helped. She shrugged. I'm running up to the house to shower, then I have to meet Sienna and Kira. She tossed the rag back to the counter and dug her car keys from her back pocket. She flashed them both a tight, hard smile. I'm sure you can survive without me. Kira had been surprised when Sabella had called her that morning and asked if she wanted to meet her and Sienna at the spa. The other woman was wary, cautious, but game. Sabella liked that about her. Kira was no one's fool, but she was also curious as hell. Sabella moved from the garage to her car, aware of Noah following her. He caught her as she reached the little red BMW Z8 Nathan had rebuilt for her just before he had left on that last mission. The fender was still crumpled from slamming it into the back of Nathan's truck. The truck that still sat in the garage, unused. His pride and joy. She wondered if he had even checked on his truck. He could have done it easily without her knowing about it. She had just reached the car when she felt his fingers curl around her upper arm, drawing her to a stop. Sabella felt her breath catch. Her eyes closed and emotion swamped her. Joy, anger, sorrow, and so much hope. So much hope it nearly brought her to her knees. And fear. Did she want this so badly that she was seeing no more than an illusion? No. It wasn't an illusion. It was her Irish. What's going on? His voice was rough, grating. Somehow, something had happened to the voice that had sung Irish ballads to her, that whispered her name with such a lyrical quality. But it wasn't the voice that held her soul, it was the man. She cleared her throat and turned to him, staring at his chin. I told you, I have an appointment at the spa. She tugged her arm out of his grip before glancing up at his eyes, fighting to hold back the sheer awe she felt that she could hold him again. That she could love him again. Her Irish. She wanted to throw her arms around him and cry out his name, and she couldn't. She didn't know how dangerous it could be, to him, to all of them. But mostly to him. If he had come back to her as another man, he would have had to have a reason that risked all their lives. And her husband was incredibly protective, no matter what name he went by. He would fight to save those he loved, no matter the risk. Why today? His voice hardened. He didn't want her to leave. He wanted her to stay, where he could watch her. Does it matter? Is there a reason why I shouldn't go? Well, nothing other than the fact that one of your employees was nearly killed yesterday. His lips tightened and his eyes glowed back at her with an edge of worry and anger. They were striking at you, not at me. She wasn't ignoring the truth. Whatever happened the night before is what targeted Toby, Noah. Not me. I know how to be careful. And my husband taught me how to watch my back, she reminded him. I'm not an unwary teenager. She saw him flinch. No, you're a stubborn little hellion determined to do things her own way, he growled. She opened the door to her car before turning back to him. I'm meeting Sienna for lunch, then we have an appointment at the spa. Now that you're here and the garage is doing so well, I thought I'd take an afternoon off and be a girl rather than a grease rag for a change. Do you have a problem with that? Those eyes. Arousal sparked, then flamed within them. Manicure. He lifted his lips in a little snarl. A manicure would be wasted on this place. She waved her hand to the garage. And I'd much prefer playing with guys' motors than babying a set of nails. But a nice massage. A cut and style. She shook her hair at him. Maybe a facial. Maybe a wax. She could feel the thought hovering between them. Maybe having the curls removed from between her thighs again, feeling his beard against sensitive bare skin, feeling his tongue love the bare folds. She had her husband back, but she wasn't willing to give up her independence again. There had been a few things she enjoyed from the girly zone she and Sienna called the spa. As he watched her, she could see what was coming. His lashes blinked over his eyes slowly, his expression became set, determined, dominant. The dominance was a new facet, or perhaps one that had been hidden in the past. I'd prefer you wait, he finally said. Or let me drive you in. I don't need a babysitter, Noah. She shook her head. She needed away from him, just for a little while. Stay out of knife fights at night, and maybe you won't have to worry so much. She had checked the wounds this morning when they awoke, rebandaged them, and she was amazed he hadn't bled to death while he was taking her. I have to go. She slid into the car. Don't forget Becca Jean's car this afternoon. She has a heavy class load over the next few months and I want to make sure there's nothing more wrong with it than resetting the computer chip. I'll take care of it, he bit out. Damn it, Sabella. At least be careful. I'm always careful. She gripped the steering wheel and stared back at him, infuriated. You're the one that doesn't know how to stay out of trouble. She gripped the door handle, pulled it from him, aware that she only did it because he allowed it. And started the car. A second later she was pulling out of the parking lot and glancing in the rearview mirror to see him putting his cell phone to his ear. She wondered who her babysitter would be. Noah watched as the little BMW pulled into the parking lot beside the two-story brick house and Sabella went inside. Micah Sloane and John Vincent were taking turns keeping an eye on her when she wasn't with Noah. Noah hadn't intended that she be out of his sight for long. And he didn't like her running around town without him. There were too many unknowns in this case and not enough information yet. Shaking his head, he punched in the speed dial for Micah, let him know to watch her, because there was no doubt she would catch him tailing her, and went back to the pickup he had been working on. Delbert Ransom was Mike Conrad's cousin. He'd brought the truck in when the other two garages in town couldn't fix the revisions he'd made to the motor to add to its power and to the traction control. Delbert liked to take the spiffy little 4x4 into the mountains and act like a damned fool. He worked for a neighboring rancher, Galen Patrick, and liked to brag about how close he was to the bank president, his cousin, and one of the most powerful ranchers in town. Biting off a curse, he threw an irritated look toward the house again and grabbed a mechanic's creeper before lying back on it and rolling beneath the engine to see what the hell Delbert had done to the new motor. It was clean. Delbert liked to keep the motor power washed and looking nice and pretty. He hadn't been beneath the motor for long when he found it. The flashlight he was using schemed over the odd shadow, then came back. There, lit by the powerful little light, was something he knew. Ransom couldn't have imagined he'd missed in washing the motor. A small clump of mud, mixed with something darker, and lodged in its underside, a clump of black hair and dried flesh. He slid out from under the truck, checked to see if the other mechanics were watching, then levered himself up and pulled 2 small vials and a penknife from the toolbox along with several tools he wouldn't be needing. He moved back under the vehicle, scraped the samples from the motor into the little plastic vials, capped them, then pushed them into his jeans pocket until he could get the vials to one of the other men to take to the bunker. Galen Patrick was on their list of suspects as being involved with, or heading, the black-collar militia. He had the contacts and the cash. And now, one of his main ranch hands would be implicated in the deaths. If the DNA matched any of the bodies that had been found, then they had a main player, and hopefully more information. And the danger would rise. Noah checked the underside of the truck again, looking for more samples and finding several lodged in various areas of the motor, tucked into places Delbert's power washer hadn't been able to reach. Stupid bastard. He stored the samples and let the motor go, checking into it more deeply for the problem with the traction or power could lead to complications. If Delbert thought the garage had done no more than an overall test, then when he was arrested for those samples he wouldn't pin the blame on Sabella's head or Noah's. Hiding a smug grin, he called over to the mechanic he suspected was a plant, and put him on the truck instead. Noah knew for a fact he'd found everything incriminating in there, and what was left, the sallow-skinned little mechanic working on the truck wouldn't find. It was tucked in too deep. Just enough left to incriminate Delbert when the truck was taken apart. Noah went upstairs to the apartment, and recorded the positioning of the remaining evidence, the areas from which he had scraped the hair and skin samples, folded the paper around the vials, and wrapped it all together with heavy rubber bands before pushing it into the pocket of his jeans. Again and returning to the garage. It would be a few hours before Nick could safely leave, without being noticed, and head to the bunker. Going over to Sabella's friend's car, he looked it over carefully, while keeping the mechanic working on the truck in close view. If he found anything, Delbert would be there fast to pick up the truck. If he didn't, the mechanic would keep doing what he was doing now, scratching his head and checking the fuel injection. Those samples weren't anywhere close to the fuel injection. Noah saw Sabella pulling out of the driveway to the house, and a few seconds later Micah's car pulled out of a nearby street and followed behind her. She was covered, but it bit his ass that he wasn't the one covering her, protecting her. Shaking his head, he moved back into the garage and grinned back at the mechanic watching him from Delbert's pickup. In a gesture of friendliness, the man was shaking his head and grinning. She's a fine one. The mechanic, Chuck Leon, grinned and pulled at the dirty blonde goatee he wore. You could do worse in these parts. Yeah, I could, Noah grunted. And I could get more mechanics too if you don't want to work. Something flickered in the other man's brown eyes. But he nodded slowly before bending to the motor and going back to work. Noah wasn't there to make friends with militia members, he was there to identify them and get their asses behind bars. But he had to admit, Leon was a hell of a mechanic when he wanted to be. Noah's eyes met Nick's. The Russian was bent over the hood of the third car in the bay, while the fourth man was working the counter in the convenience section. Nick wasn't the sociable type. The big Russian with his white blonde hair and icy blue eyes was more killer material than check out. Glancing back toward the road, Noah clenched his teeth and went back to work. There were more cars waiting in the parking lot outside. Nick seemed to be pulling in the college girls. They liked his rough looks evidently. More of Toby's friends were dropping their cars off when they had to. And more of their parents were coming, stopping by, checking to see how things were going. There was a rhythm developing, and Noah was letting it seep into him more and more. Just as Sabella was taking a firmer hold on his very spirit than she had ever had. Enough so that he was beginning to wonder, when it was all over and done with, how he would manage to walk away from her again. The men of the elite ops were dead men except the current members of the former SEAL team he'd fought with. There was no rebirth. Nathan Malone could never return. Not to Alpine, not this family, and to Sabella. But walking away from her was going to be impossible. I'm convinced we need a girls' night out. Sienna stretched on the massage table as she, Sabella, and Kira Richards lay beneath the thin sheets in the massage room while talented hands worked at the kinks along their bodies. Girls' night out. Sabella mumbled. I remember those. They were hell. I always had a hangover after hanging out with you, Sienna. Her friend snickered. I'm sick of hanging around the house at night. Rick doesn't come until all hours, and when he does come home, he just goes to sleep. There was something in Sienna's voice, some note of anger that Sabella remembered hearing several times in the past few years. You and Rick still fighting over his schedule? She asked. Same old. Sienna waved her hand indifferently. But now that you've rejoined the land of the living, I thought a night out would be nice. Sabella pondered the idea for all of a second. My new mechanic needs supervision, she finally said mockingly. I'm supervising. Kira snorted. Sienna groaned. I can't believe you're doing the nasty with your mechanic. Nathan would have had a fit, Sabella. There was a tense silence as Sienna's comment struck a raw nerve. Sienna had been friends with her and Nathan, but she'd had more of a history with Nathan. Nathan would have wanted me to be happy, she finally said softly. With another man just like him? Sienna asked. Come on, you're on the rebound. The guy has eyes that remind you of your husband's and the same attitude. Second best isn't enough for a man like that. He's going to go ballistic on you soon. Then he can go ballistic the other way. Sabella shrugged as though it didn't matter. But why wasn't she more inclined to want to talk to Sienna about this? To share the knowledge building in her. She had always told Sienna everything. Shared everything with her friend, until Nathan's death. Now, she didn't want to share this with anyone, though she admitted she had to bite her lip to keep from grilling Kira about Noah Blake, because she knew to the bottom of her soul, that Kira knew everything Ian knew. I told you, get the sexual crisis out of the way, Kira mumbled from her massage table beside Sabella's. Let her get the kink out of her guts. Sienna. She'll feel better for it. That edge of amusement in the other woman's voice could have meant anything. One of these days I'm going to make you pay for that advice, Sabella warned her. The man is positively possessive. He could make me crazy. Let her make of that what she would. Nathan was so easygoing. Sienna sighed. He never got jealous. Oh. That wasn't necessarily true, Sabella admitted to herself. Nathan had been jealous, he just hid it, even from her. He'd been easygoing, filled with laughter, always polite, but there had been a core of seething emotion inside her husband that was finally free. And one of those emotions was jealousy. She had known even years before that Nathan, the man he had once been, had capped that particular emotion. He had fought it, because he trusted her. Because he had known there was no way to lock her away while he was on a mission or while he was home. But that hadn't meant he hadn't felt it, and that she hadn't felt the echoes of it. No. He never got jealous, Sabella agreed. That was something else Sienna didn't know, and Sabella admitted she had no intention of telling her. Noah was hiding, obviously for a reason. She couldn't risk endangering whatever he was doing. She refused to risk his life. Is he anything like Nathan? Sienna lifted her head, her gaze direct as she met Sabella's. Sabella stared back at her friend, hating the suspicion that raged inside her. She didn't trust her best and dearest friend in the world. And that hurt. No, she finally said, and in some ways, it was the truth. Nathan was easier going. Always smiling. Always loving. Noah is more intense, quieter. More dominant maybe. An animal. Kira pretended a shudder. He looks like he would be wild in the sack. Would you shut up, Sabella said, laughing. Is he an animal in bed, Belle? Sienna snickered. He's an animal all right. All growls and snapping and snarling around, she said. And what he's like in bed has nothing to do with it. Kira and Sienna both lifted their heads and stared at her in shock. Since when? Kira arched a perfect brow in false surprise. After marriage, definitely, Sienna grunted. It's hump hump, sleep sleep. Kira and Sabella jerked their gazes to Sienna. She lifted her brows, waggled them then laughed. And laid her head back to the padded table. But there was something about her statement, that laugh, that made Sabella wonder if there wasn't more to her comment than she was letting on. Conversation eased then. The massage wrapped up, and soon after, Sabella was dressed and paying her bill. She was waxed and oiled, styled and pedicured. Her nails had been buffed and trimmed. She felt like a woman again. She hadn't felt like a woman in so many years. It felt like forever. She felt like a lover, almost like a wife, and excited, exhilarated by the emotions and the sexuality that flowed freely within her again. She felt the excitement moving with her. Noah had an edge now, a hardcore, hungry edge that called to that part of her that she'd always kept a rein on during their previous relationship. He talked dirty to her. He was naughty and he made her feel naughty. He made her want to push him, challenge him. He made her want things she would have never asked him for before. Because he had controlled their sexuality. Because she hadn't had him with her nearly enough in those 2 years. The missions he had gone on had been steady, sometimes, she had done without him for weeks at a time. When he came home, she gave her husband what her husband needed. Though she had known that as the years passed, they would grow into each other. If they had had those years to share. As she waved back to Sienna, who had managed to find a parking spot close to the entrance. Sabella and Kira walked at a slow pace, silent. The tension between them wasn't hostile, but it was there, thick and heavy. How's Noah doing? Kira tucked her hands in the pockets of her shorts as they walked, glancing over at her curiously. His wounds are doing okay. So far. She nodded, swallowing deeply. Kira knew something, as did her husband Ian, and Sabella knew it. And she hated the lies, though she was trying to understand them. You didn't tell Sienna about the attack, Kira mentioned then. Why not? Sabella paused at the back of her car and turned to meet Kira's gaze. Because I don't know how widespread that knowledge is. If no one knows he's wounded, then they won't think he's weak. And come after him again. They reported the attempted hit and run on Toby, but Sienna asked about that this morning. There was no sense in saying more about it. Kira's too perceptive gaze met her own then. How do you feel about a few hours and a few glasses of wine? Kira finally asked. Ian's going to be out of the house until morning, and like for Sienna, the house gets too quiet sometimes. Sabella doubted that. She stared around the parking lot for a long moment before turning back to the other woman. Why don't you come to my house instead? She turned back to her. My husband had a nice stock of wine in the basement. We could uncork one of his favorites. Wouldn't that horrify Noah? Get drunk and trash men. You're still angry with him? Kira asked, a curious glint in her eye. I can always find a reason to be angry at a man that lies to me, she informed the other woman. It's in the rule book. We're allowed. Kira's lips quirked as she nodded. I'll follow you, she decided. You know, Sabella, I have a feeling you're a hell of a lot more perceptive than Ian or Noah wants to admit to. That could make our men uncomfortable. Serves them right. Sabella laughed, though she gritted her teeth at the thought moments later. Finding out exactly why those two men were lying their asses off to her was her objective. And if she didn't find out on her own soon, then she was going to be bashing one dominating, overly possessive, lying Navy SEAL. And she was going to do it with the flat side of her black iron skillet. Chapter 17. We have trouble. Nick spoke as he eased up to Noah where he stood in the wide entrance to the garage, staring up at the house on the hill, his eyes narrowed, jaw bunched. Kira Richards had driven in behind Sabella an hour before. The two women had carried several grocery bags into the house and he hadn't seen them since. Sabella hadn't come down to collect the deposit for the bank. She had called and told Rory to take care of it for her, and she hadn't even asked to talk to him. What's the trouble? Noah asked as he crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the house, willing Sabella to step outside. Micah reported in a few minutes ago. He hung around town after she left with Ian's wife. He saw Mike Conrad go into the spa, pull their masseuses and Tex aside. From what Micah saw from out back, the man was questioning them pretty heavily. Noah flicked him a look. He didn't find out anything. Sabella didn't know enough to be a danger to them, but it wouldn't matter what she knew, she would have never discussed it. Probably not, Nick agreed. Point is, he's suspicious. It could come back on her. He nodded to the house, indicating Sabella. Then he'll die. Noah turned back to Nick, icy resolve burning inside him as he met the Russian's gaze. Nick nodded slowly, his pale face as cold, as bleak as death. And Noah knew he was remembering his own lost family and the lengths he would have gone to protect them. I'll be at your back, Nick told him then. No doubt, Noah Blake, I'll be at your back. Nick turned and re-entered the garage, and Noah stayed in place, and watched the house. Wondered what the hell Sabella and Kira were up to. Toby, Nick will drive you home, he yelled back to the office. Get ready to roll. He looked at the clock. It was nearly 7, almost closing time. And Sabella had been to the spa 4 hours. He remembered those all-day spa trips. And he damned sure remembered what awaited him that night when he crawled between the loveliest pair of thighs he had ever known. Bare, slick flesh, sheened with her juices. Luscious, tasty, a hint of almond oil on her flesh. Nothing between him and tasting her. Belle thought we should start keeping the convenience store and gas pumps open longer now that we have more help, Rory announced as he stepped out to Noah minutes later. You working tonight's shift? Smug amusement filled his brother's tone. Only if you're dead. He turned back to Rory slowly. You look like you're breathing to me. Should we see about giving you an excuse not to work it? But death is the only one that will work. Rory grimaced as he shoved his hands in his dark grey work pants and glared back at Noah. I had a date. So do I, Noah informed him. My date is more important, Rory growled. I've been after this woman for months. Pretty little phys ed major. He sighed. She's built, Noah. She's doomed to disappointment tonight. Unless you want to go ahead and close on time. Rory glanced up at the house. Do you think she'll notice? Probably. Rory turned back to him, narrowed his eyes, and got that calculating look on his face that Noah knew well. I'll close up early, and you keep her busy so she doesn't figure it out, he suggested. And when Sabella finally figures out what a prick you are, I'll take up for you. You close up early, you face Sabella's wrath. And if she ever figures out what a prick I am, then we're all in a hell of a lot more trouble than you ever imagined, Noah told him, his voice low. Intent. So you better pray that one doesn't happen. He left it at that before striding through the garage, into the office, to the door of the apartment. Locking it behind him, he took the stairs 2 at a time until he was at the second door. There, he pulled the narrow sliver of the toothpick he had pushed into the lock free and stepped slowly inside. He could see the glimmer of scotch tape on the door across the room that led to the deck. It was still in place. The door hadn't been opened. He was still cautious as he moved through the apartment though and locked the heavy door to the bathroom behind him. Sabella had been to the spa, and he couldn't wait, he was damned near. Shaking in anticipation of what could be awaiting him. A bottle of wine sat empty on the bar and Sabella stared morosely at her half-empty glass. Unfortunately, she had drunk most of it. "I'm turning into a lush," she said as she lifted her gaze and glanced at the other woman. Kira was relaxed into the high-backed bar stool, one slim leg crossed over the opposite knee and staring at her own glass. "It's damned good wine. Good thing your husband isn't here. He might have spanked you. Otherwise. It's very old wine, I do believe." Sabella grinned at the thought of it, and at Kira's particular phrasing. Her deliberate phrasing. This wasn't a woman who messed up. She was too much like her husband. Too deliberate, too comfortable in her own skin, in who and what she was. "Lucky, ain't I?" Kira's brow arched. "You must be getting along very well with your mechanic then." "I haven't thrown a glass at him yet." Sabella sat back in her bar stool and regarded the other woman curiously. "My husband and I were barely married a year before I threw a glass at him. He was a damned good man, but I believe he might have thought I needed guidance." "Guidance in what?" Amusement glittered in her grey eyes. Sabella sipped her wine and watched the other woman. There was an air of confidence, of sheer daring, in Kira Richards that Sabella envied but wouldn't wish for herself. In being a SEAL wife. Sabella's lips quirked in a grin. He could come home busted up, wounded, bruised to hell and back, and just say bad mission, and I wasn't to worry. I wasn't to check the bruises or kiss his boo-boos. That was the reason I threw the first glass. I thought it would help. He can let the bad guys beat up on him, but I can't worry about him." She arched her brows. "Fine, he could carry bruises from me as well." "You just said can, not could," Kira stated. It reminded her of the way Nathan used to watch the world, and still did in some cases. With knowing suspicion. Slip of the tongue. Sabella shrugged, and they both knew better. "So, your mechanic doesn't attempt to guide you?" Kira asked her. "I've matured." Sabella sipped at her wine. "I don't throw glasses anymore." Kira's brow arched. "What do you do now?" Sabella stared down at her wine before lifting the glass and finishing it. "I do as I please," she finally answered. "I won't build my life around a man again." She met Kira's gaze once more. "And I don't accept lies any longer, Kira. From anyone." "I haven't lied to you," Kira pointed out with a smile. Sabella nodded. "And for that, you got to share my husband's prize wine with me." She grinned. "I'll imagine it's him spanking me if my mechanic ever decides to get around to getting that." "Brave." Not a flicker betrayed the howl of laughter Kira was holding inside. Damn, Sabella had grown on her over the years, but in the past weeks, she had seen the true measure of strength this woman had. "Ian retired from the SEALs just before Jordan did, didn't he?" Sabella asked. "He did," Kira affirmed. "He'd had enough." "So what's he doing now?" "Not a lot." Kira smiled. "He consults every now and then with a few places. Security matters." She waved her hand as if she didn't have a clue. "Bullshit." Sabella inhaled slowly. Half-truths, but enough to understand Ian and Noah were working together. This woman was working with her husband and with Noah. It was why she had befriended Sienna and it was the reason she had made certain she met Sabella. "Kira." She leaned forward. "If you knew anything about what Noah is doing here, or any information about my husband's last mission or specifically the recovery of his body, would you tell me?" Kira eyed her thoughtfully for long moments before her lips pursed and she said softly, "No, I wouldn't be able to tell you that." Then she leaned forward as well. "I like you, Sabella. You're a very dear friend of mine, and because you are, between you and me, I'll tell you one thing." Sabella leaned back, knowing she wasn't going to get what she wanted, but listening anyway. "You're intuitive. You told me once your dad was a detective, and he taught you to use those Instincts. He did. Her father had been her life until his and her mother's death. He had taught her so much. Then trust those instincts. I believe your father loved you. He taught you how to protect yourself, how to watch people and how to know them. Believe in what your father taught you. In what your husband taught you. I think I need coffee rather more than more wine. Sabella set the glass aside and she let it go. She'd found out what she needed to know. She wouldn't push this friendship further. She and Kira knew the truth, they couldn't speak it, neither of them could acknowledge it. But they knew. How long are you and Ian going to be in town this time? I'm not certain. Kira put her glass on the counter as Sabella moved to the coffee maker. Ian hasn't set a time limit, and we're still rather enjoying our time together. Sabella nodded. In other words, however long the mission here took, she guessed. She wondered what Noah would do when the mission here was over. Would he tell his wife? Then, who he was and what had happened to him. Are you having problems stepping into a relationship with Noah? Kira asked her suddenly. I would imagine it's hard. Sienna mentioned you've not been involved with anyone since your husband died. Just as she suggested it was a rebound relationship. Sabella snorted. No. I'm not having any problems at all. She tucked her hands into the back pocket of her short jeans skirt and moved to the wide kitchen window. She could see the back of the garage. Noah's Harley sat close to the cement building, gleaming black in the waning summer sunlight. You and Sienna have been friends for a long time, Kira stated. Still, I'd have hesitated to say that to a friend of mine. Sabella shrugged. Sienna can be blunt sometimes, especially when she and Rick are going head to head over or something. They don't get along well then. Sabella turned back to her. They get along fine. She just hates his schedule. And Rick is pretty intense about his job. Most men that work in a protective capacity are rather intense. Kira nodded. Ian mentioned that Admiral Halloran said you had called Rissa Clay a few days ago. That was very kind of you. Sabella frowned and pushed her fingers through her hair worriedly. Her husband's last mission had been the rescue of Rissa Clay and 2 other young girls. She hadn't called to ask Rissa anything, she remembered very little of that night, Sabella had been told. But she called occasionally, because she knew Rissa cared for her. Thankfully the other girls seemed to be doing well. I knew Rissa before she was kidnapped, she said softly. Nathan and I sometimes flew into Washington to visit with his uncle Jordan. Rissa was around a lot. She lived close by with her father, so we were invited to several of the parties. She was a sweet girl. She hadn't deserved what had happened to her. Rissa is a very sweet young woman. Kira nodded. I saw her a few weeks ago. She's recovered well from the horror of the kidnapping. 6 years has given her some distance, some resolution, I believe. Sabella was silent, the thought of what Rissa had gone through weighing heavily on her. Nathan had supposedly died during the mission to rescue Rissa Clay and 2 other senators' daughters. One of the young women had died, the other, Emily Stanton, had married another of Nathan's friends and a fellow SEAL, Kel Krieger. Before she could say anything more, Sabella swung around at the sound of Noah's Harley purring to life behind the garage. God! He was dressed in snug jeans and riding chaps. A snug dark t-shirt covered his upper body. Conformed to it. And he was riding her way. Is there anything sexier than a man in riding chaps riding a Harley? Kira asked behind her. It makes a woman simply want to melt. And Sabella was melting. She watched as he pulled around the side of the garage, then took the gravel road that led to the back of the house. The sound of the Harley purred closer, throbbing, building the excitement inside her. I think it's time for me to leave, Kira said with a light laugh. Don't bother to see me out. Sabella didn't. She listened as the Harley drew into the gravelled lot behind the house and moved to the back door. She opened it, stepping out on the back deck as he swung his leg over the cycle and strode toward her. That long-legged lean walk. It made her mouth water. Made her heart throb in her throat as hunger began to race through her. The spa treated you well, he announced as he paused at the bottom of the steps and stared back at her. Feel like messing your hair up and going out this evening? We could have dinner in town. Ride around a little bit. She hadn't ridden on a motorcycle since she was a teenager. She glanced at the cycle, then back to Noah. I'd need to change clothes. His gaze flickered over her short jeans skirt, her t-shirt. That would be a damned shame too, he stated. I have to say, Ms. Malone, you have some beautiful legs there. No one had ever been as charming as Nathan. She remembered when they were dating, how he would just show up, out of the blue, driving that monster pickup of his and grinning like a rogue. When he picked her up, he'd been the epitome of a bad boy, and he had been all hers. He was still all hers. Bare legs and motorcycles don't exactly go together, she pointed out. He nodded soberly, though his eyes had a wicked glint to them. This is a fact, beautiful and pretty legs like that, we wouldn't want to risk. She leaned against the porch post and stared back at him. I have a pickup, you know. She propped one hand on her hip and stared back at him. Really? Was that avarice she saw glinting in his eyes, or for just the slightest second, pure, unadulterated joy at the mention of that damned pickup? He looked around. I haven't seen a pickup. It's in the garage, she told him carelessly. A big black monster with bench seats. 4x4. Gas-guzzling alpha male steel and chrome. He grinned. He was so proud of that damned pickup. Where did something so little come up with a truck that big, he teased her then. She shrugged. It belonged to my husband. Now, it belongs to me. That last statement had his gaze sharpening. You drive it. All the time, she lied, tormenting him. I don't have to worry about pinging it now that my husband is gone. He didn't like pings. Did he swallow tighter? It's pinged then. She snorted. Not hardly. Do you want to drive the monster or question me about it? Or I could change into jeans and we could ride your cycle. Which is it? Which was it? Noah stared back at her, barely able to contain his shock that she had kept the pickup. He knew for a fact there were times the payments on the house and garage had gone unpaid. His death benefits hadn't been nearly enough, almost risking her loss of both during those first months of his death. Knowing she had held on to that damned truck filled him with more pleasure than he could express. Knowing she was going to let someone who wasn't her husband drive it filled him with horror. The contradictory feelings clashed inside him, and he promised himself he was going to spank her for this. You're being awful generous with your late husband's possessions, he told her. She grinned back at him. You've loosened me up maybe? Besides, you've already slept with his wife, why not drive his truck? Kira drank his 1925 Chateau-fêted Clinet red wine today. Did he look pale? Noah swore he could feel himself blanch. His 1925 Chateau-fêted Clinet? No. She hadn't shared that with Kira Richards. The one person in the world besides Sabella who knew exactly how horrified he'd be to hear that Sabella had dipped into his treasure trove of wines. He had a 1925 fêted Clinet. He almost wheezed. How he kept his voice calm and level he didn't know. Hell, his training had just been shot to hell. And you shared it with Ian Richards's wife. He had lots of wine. She turned and shot him a look over her shoulder. Maybe one of these nights I'll share the other one with you. Do you want me to meet you at the garage with the pickup? It won't take me long. Let her drive his pickup? Had she lost her damned mind? I can leave the cycle here. He nodded to the back drive as he stepped to the porch. I'll just help. You lock up. Okay. There was a swing to her hips that almost had his tongue hanging out of his mouth. And he almost forgot about the wine and the truck. She drank his wine? Drove his truck? And Rory hadn't warned him ahead of time? He locked the back door, checked the house, as she gathered her purse and grabbed a light denim jacket from her bedroom. They met at the bottom of the stairs where she held up the keys to the truck. He almost sighed with pleasure as he took them and followed Sabella into the garage. He knew the minute he looked at the black and chrome Ford 4x4 that she hadn't driven it since the day she brought it back from the garage, after she had slammed her little BMW into it and claimed it was all his fault. Because he was cutting the grass without a shirt and she had been looking at him instead of the truck. That had been the day he had realized just how much he did love his sprightly little wife. Because, instead of raging, instead of babying his truck, he had picked his wife up, carried her into the house, and fucked her on the stairs because he couldn't make it to the bedroom. Nice. He patted the side of the hood, ran his hand along the curved frame. Yet, it was Nathan's baby. There was an edge of amused indulgence in her voice. You weren't. He looked up at her, staring at her across the hood of the truck. Because he knew. She had been his life. She was still his life. Hadn't he loved her well enough that she knew she was the most important thing to him? I was his wife. She moved to the door and opened it before climbing onto the running board. And stepping into the passenger side. Noah pulled the driver's side door open and moved in beneath the steering wheel, aware that her answer wasn't enough to satisfy him. Yes, she had been his wife, but she had been so much more. As well. His heart. His soul. And for 19 months, she had been his sanity. How long since you started it? She stared out the windshield. A while. The odd note in her voice had him pausing as he pushed the key into the ignition. I start it every few weeks. She shrugged. She lowered her head to where her fingers were twining together in her lap and shook her head. She pulled the seat belt across her, buckled in, and propped her elbow on the window before turning to look at him. I used to sleep in the truck when I couldn't sleep in the bed. You missed him. He was glad for the darkness in the garage, the shadows between them. I missed him, she agreed, before reaching out her hand and pressing a button in the dash garage door opener. I had it installed while he was on that last mission. It was supposed to be a surprise. The garage doors eased open, sliding up, revealing the lengthening shadows outside. Come over here. He unlocked her seat belt, caught her wrist and pulled her to his side. He latched the middle belt before locking his own and sliding the truck in reverse. He pulled out of the garage, hit the button for the garage door, and watched it close and lock as easily as it had unlocked and opened. He'd wanted the damned thing so badly he could taste the need before that last mission. But he'd been saving for something else. Something for Sabella. She'd done it for him, and he found his chest expanding, his heart breaking. Every minute he spent with her, he saw more and more things he hadn't taken the time to notice when he had been alive. Things he wished he had taken the time to discover. Sure you want me to drive your husband's truck? He asked. He was pushing her, and he didn't know why. 6 years she had grieved for him, and in the space of a few short weeks, she'd become his lover. She was letting him drive her husband's truck, had let him fuck her husband's wife, had let him sleep in his bed. The fact that he was her husband was beside the point. Sort of. Yet. She nodded slowly. I think it's time. Time for what? She turned her head and stared back at him, her expression composed, calm. Almost cool. I think it's time to let my husband go. Don't you, Noah? And what the hell was he supposed to say to that? He clenched his jaw, slid the truck into drive, and pulled away from the house. Let her husband go, his ass. She had a hold on him so damn tight he didn't know if he was coming or going, and the chance to tell her the damn truth was long gone. There was no way she would understand now, so many years after his rescue, why he hadn't sent for her. Why he hadn't wanted her with him. She would never know the demons that ravaged his mind then, and he thanked God for that. She would never know the nights he spent thinking of her, aching for her. She would never know how hard it had been not to come to her, to take her, to love her as he was doing now. And still he was holding back parts of the sexual needs that raged at him, that filled his mind, that filled him with dark fantasies. Needs he was afraid Sabella wouldn't be able to understand if she had any idea who he was, or who he had been to her. As the silence lengthened in the truck and they drove closer to town, he realized mistakes, too long past, that he had made. Both in his marriage, and later, after his rescue. She had held on to every aspect of their lives together. And though she didn't know who he was, still she had moved back into his arms, his dreams, his life, as though she had been born to be there. Your husband was a fool, he finally told her. She didn't say anything for long moments before she glanced up at him, her eyes somber, sad. Why do you say that? Because only a fool would have risked losing his life, and losing you, as he did. That mission. He had been so certain it would be a piece of cake, though a part of him had known better. A part of him that he no longer ignored. But he had ignored it that time. She turned her head and stared through the windshield. She didn't answer him. She studied her fingers in a gesture that he knew was both sad and lonely. Whatever emotions were twisting inside her, she kept them to herself. And perhaps it was better that way. This was better for her. Letting him go, getting on with her life, choosing a lover, letting go of the past. When the time came that he had that this mission was over, he couldn't even let himself think of losing her again. Noah Blake didn't have to die. Noah Blake could claim Sabella Malone. He could hold her, keep her, he could marry her and move into that house on the hill. He stopped himself. Noah Blake didn't even belong to himself anymore. He belonged to the elite ops. He had signed the papers. He had given them what he should have given his wife. His future. And as he had been warned, once he signed those papers he was the property of whatever shadowy organization had paid for his rebirth. The advanced surgeries, the repairs to bone and muscle that no amount of money could have paid for otherwise. Had he returned to Sabella then, he would have been partially disabled, he wouldn't have been a seal, he would have been a husk of the man he had been. He had signed away his life as Nathan Malone and resignation wasn't an option. The only question was, could Noah Blake have a life instead? Chapter 18. The restaurant Noah chose was a new one. The steakhouse and grill was owned by another resident Nathan had known from school. Sally Bruckmeyer and her husband Tom. Their kids, 5 in all, worked with them. Sally, 2 of her girls, and the oldest boy worked the dining room, while Tom and the next oldest boy and girl worked the kitchen along with a cousin or 2 Sabella remembered. As they walked into the restaurant, it seemed all eyes watched them. Sabella had maintained a very low profile for the 6 years she had been without her husband. Now she was running around town with a bad boy who wore motorcycle chaps and drove Nathan Malone's pickup. She could hear the gossip now and she didn't give a damn. She had never cared about the gossip, and being with Noah made it feel right. A secret they shared, but didn't. It made the night seem more intimate. Sabella Malone, if it ain't good to see you out and about. Sally Bruckmeyer was tall, wide, and wreathed with smiles as she came around the checkout and enveloped her in a hug. And who's this handsome devil running around with you? She was sharply aware of Noah's hand on her back, his fingers splayed wide. Sally, this is a friend of Rory's and mine, Noah Blake. Noah, this a friend of mine, Sally Bruckmeyer. Her and her husband own the restaurant. As though Sally didn't know his name. She bet everyone in town knew who he was and all the drivel Rory had spilled about meeting him in a bar in Odessa. Her ass. Ms. Bruckmeyer. He extended his hand for a handshake, causing Sally's eyes to twinkle as she accepted the gesture and looked back at Sabella teasingly. A bad boy. Belle. Sally wagged her finger good-naturedly, her brown eyes twinkling in her dark face. You better watch out for this one. He's a heartbreaker. I figured that one out for myself, Sally. Sabella laughed as she looked around the nearly full dining room. Do you have room for us tonight? If you're willing to sit out on the patio, we have tables out there. Nice candle light. She leaned forward and whispered, a few less eyes bugging out at you. Sabella's grin widened. That sounds perfect. Come on then. Sally grabbed 2 menus and silverware and led them across the room. I have the perfect table for you. Sabella could feel the stares. Noah, with his long, shaggy black hair falling to his shoulders and framing his savage, bearded face. His hard, corded body, snug jeans, t-shirt and chaps. He was dangerous, exuded danger. Screamed it and owned it. And she loved every minute of it. There wasn't a man or a woman in the room that would ever mistake him for her husband. He was safe from that, if that safety was what he needed. Sally led them to the open glass doors onto a wood patio. The lighting was low here. Umbrella Tables with candle lanterns hanging beneath the umbrellas. It set a romantic, charming mood. There were fewer guests outside. The music was lower, the sense of intimacy thicker, while inside, there was a feeling of togetherness. Here's your menus, and I'll send Katie out to get your drinks and your order. You two enjoy. Sally leaned to Sabella. And dinner is on the house, sugar. A welcome back present, how's that? Sabella blinked at the offer. I haven't been gone, Sally, she teased, though moisture filled her eyes. Yet, sugar, you left us the same time our boy Nathan did, no matter how many times you were seen with that Sykes boy. Sally hugged her, hard. At least you're still with us. And bringin' in some damned fine eye candy. She winked at Noah. She moved away then and Sabella stared down at the tablecloth and swallowed tightly. She hadn't realized she had been missed. She had been here, in Alpine, but she hadn't been. She had been immersed in the past, in her loss, in rebuilding the business her husband had been so proud of. It was as though she hadn't lived at all while he had been gone, and that had been frightening. Sorry about that, she whispered, opening her menu as she glanced at the patio doors. Sally and her husband Tom were good friends of my husband's. Not a problem. Noah leaned back in his chair and stared around the patio as she glanced back at him. Sabella Malone. I thought that was you. The rough, masculine voice had Sabella tensing as she looked up. Galen Patrick, one of the larger ranch owners in Alpine, was waddling from the doorway. At 45, Galen was still a powerful-looking man, though much of the power was the paunch of his stomach, and wide thighs. He waddled, almost like a duck. But she had seen him wrestling steers, she knew there was power in those heavy arms despite the decadence beginning to show in his lined face. He was bald, with hazel eyes and bushy dark brows. He talked too loud and laughed too hard. And for some reason he had thought Sabella should be willing to sleep with him no more than weeks after Nathan's death. Yes, it appears it's me, she answered as he stopped at the table and stared hard at Noah. And who's your friend? Stranger in town, ain't he? He shoved his hand out to Noah. Galen. Patrick. I hear you're saving Malone's garage. That's right, good of you, son. Noah Blake. Noah took his handshake, but his gaze was cool, his expression closed. And there was no saving needed. Sabella had it all under control. That Rory, he was helping her some. Galen nodded. Poor little Tiling. Bane a widow and all. We've worried about her. Sabella bit her tongue. Worried so much that the son of a bitch had pulled his gas account from the station the minute she had thrown him out of her house after his ridiculous proposal. He'd wanted the business, and as he had stated, he wouldn't mind marrying the widow to get it. And for some reason, he'd thought she should be willing to consider it. That nothing but the money should matter. She was doing fine, Noah said. She just needed a few more mechanics willing to do their job. Sabella almost winced. Timmy, the mechanic Rory had fired, was a distant cousin to Galen's ranch foreman. Of course she did, Galen boomed, gazing down at Sabella with barely veiled malice. Too bad about her husband dying on her. Nathan was a hell of a boy. Everyone loved him. Why, Belle. Almost up and died on us when he did. Sabella's lips tightened. Galen was striking where he thought it would hurt the most. She looks very much alive to me, Mr. Patrick, Noah drawled in that gravelly voice of his. It's been 6 years since her husband's death. I don't think you need to worry any longer. How long did you say you were staying in these parts? Galen hitched the band of his jeans over his girth and glared down at Noah in a pale mimicry of friendliness. I didn't. Noah smiled. I haven't decided yet. He glanced at Sabella. Leaving isn't exactly on my mind right now. Of course not. Galen laughed again, the sound strained. Well. He wiped his hand over his jowls. Guess I'll get back to my table. He looked at Sabella. Your father-in-law is having dinner with us tonight, Belle. You should stop by and say hi. Sabella clenched her fists in her lap. She stared up at Galen, the strike going deep. I think Grant Malone can do without my greetings tonight, she told him firmly. Family, Belle. Galen shook his head. Making amends wouldn't be that hard. In this case, no amends are needed. Her smile was tight. It was good talking to you again, Galen. Thank you for stopping by. But please get the hell away from me. Come out and see us sometime, girl, he boomed, his laughter so false it grated on her senses. Take care of her, boy. The look he shot Noah was filled with dislike. Of course I will. Noah smiled. All teeth. It's uppermost in my mind. Galen nodded then and waddled back to the door. Grant Malone. Noah's voice was perfectly bland. Your husband's father. She nodded. So you're estranged from your in-laws. They're in-laws, she whispered. Rory stayed around, but you know how it is. We didn't have children. In-laws don't stay close in those cases. Rory's grandfather comes to the garage, he reminded her. Sabella smiled at the thought. Grandpop Rory. He's a sweetie. Rory and I don't stress him out over things. I still visit sometimes. Sometimes he stops by the house or garage. He still calls me his girl whenever he sees me. She loved Grandpop. She wondered if Noah had been to see him since Grandpop had shown up at the garage, if he had told the old man he was alive. He had told Rory, why wouldn't he tell Grandpop? She was saved from answering any more questions when Sally's daughter Katie stepped out to take their order. Conversation was slower after that. Sabella sipped her wine and fought against the need to ask him, to beg him for answers. She watched everyone that came onto the patio. A few stopped to chat, to say hello. Most were just curious, others, like Galen, sliced where they could. It made dinner a nerve-wracking experience and she wished she had directed him to Odessa instead. That was where she and Nathan had normally gone to eat. They didn't have to socialize in Odessa. Here, in his hometown, Nathan had been popular. Dinner out meant too many other couples gathering around their table when they just wanted to eat, enjoy an evening out. Are you ready? Noah asked as she played with her wine after dinner and frowned down at her glass. Whenever you are. She slid the glass back as he rose from his chair and tossed a tip on the table. A rather large one, she noticed. She liked that he was generous with the tip, considering Sally had given them their meals on the house. He guided her out of the restaurant, and she noticed that not even once had he glanced at Galen's table where his father was staring after them. Sometimes, she actually felt sorry for Grant Malone. There were times during the 2 years she'd had with Nathan that she had sensed more feelings from the other man than he showed his son. Things he held back. Nathan had been convinced his father felt nothing for him, that nothing mattered to Grant but his ranch. And after Nathan had died, he'd been determined to acquire what Nathan owned as well, though Sabella had never understood why. He'd been as determined to acquire it as Galen Patrick and Mike Conrad had been. As though it were a symbol of something. She'd never understood it, had wondered if she even wanted to understand it. There had been so many times over the past years that she had wondered why the hell she had stayed here. Why she had fought, why she had tried to continue on without Nathan. Now she knew why, and the knowledge had the power to shake her to her core. She'd stayed because she knew he would be back. The truck was parked close to the entrance to the restaurant. They were quiet as he helped her in. Then moved around to the driver's side. Getting in, he started the motor then stared at the restaurant for long, silent moments. It took her a second, but Sabella finally saw what he was looking at. Grant Malone had followed them out. He stood on the porch of the restaurant, arms at his sides. His blue eyes narrowed and staring at the truck. Your father-in-law, he asked carefully. Sabella nodded, her gaze connecting with Grant's for long moments. What she saw in his eyes was confusing. She could have sworn she saw grief. Noah backed the truck out of its parking space before shifting into drive and easing out of the parking area. He didn't say anything, he didn't look back. There didn't seem to be an ounce of regret in his expression or his attitude. But she felt the regret. She felt it filling him, eating at him. That was his father and she knew Nathan had always hoped that the day would come that he and his parent could find common ground. Why did you stay here after your husband died? He Philly asked her as he turned onto the main road and headed back toward the house. You could have moved. Gone anywhere. She shrugged. My husband was here. Your husband was dead, he bit out. You hold on to him like a talisman, Sabella. As though he still exists, and he doesn't. She shook her head. He did. And as long as I was here, with the things he loved, then I still held a part of him. She stared back at him, feeling the pain that welled between them now. Do you think this is what he would have wanted for you? He argued furiously. To stay here? Grieving for him? To put up with the petty damned bullshit I've seen you put up with from these damned people? Did he love you that little? How he loved me is beside the point, she told him. I loved him that much. And why do you care, Noah? His hands clenched on the steering wheel. Then you were a fool, he finally snarled. Or too damned young to know any better. How old were you when he died? 20? He married a fucking baby. She was quiet for long seconds. She watched the night go by and grew angrier by the second. I spent 19 months living the nightmare of every way my husband could have died, she finally stated coldly. I was 20 when he left on that last mission. Almost 6 years ago. I would wake up in so much pain I swore I'd been beaten. I woke up screaming, praying, I watched him die so many ways I could barely function. She had seen his hell, and she knew that now. Don't tell me what a fool I was, Noah. I loved him. That isn't up for debate, and it's most certainly not up for discussion. You might sleep in his bed sometimes, or drive his truck and fuck his wife, but you don't carry the papers that could give you the right to attempt to have an opinion on it. She was goading him and she knew it. He shot her a glare from the corner of his eyes. What the hell does that mean? No marriage license, Noah. You're not my husband, my father, or my brother. You have no right to that opinion. I'm your lover, he growled furiously. That gives me the right. And I'm sick of hearing about Nathan. Sick to my back teeth of having him shoved down my throat. In my eyes, you don't have that right, she informed him. And my eyes are the ones that count. And by the way, you just passed the house. I know I just passed the damned house. His fingers were wrapped tight around the steering wheel. I meant to pass the house. She shot him a wary look. That's good to know. He turned his head, glared at her, then turned back to the road. You have a habit of being mildly sarcastic, Sabella. And she hadn't before, she knew that. Sabella managed to restrain her smile. Just mildly? Damn, and here I was trying for completely sarcastic. I must need to practice. His expression was set in tight, furious lines as he stared broodingly at the road stretching out before them. Bastards, he finally cursed. They treat you like a simpleton and it pisses me off. She laughed at that. My husband thought I was a sweet little thing. The classic dumb blonde. He was tall and muscular, and he loved it when I was helpless. It was the truth and he didn't like it. He hated it. It showed him a side of the man he had been that he simply didn't like. He'd wanted Sabella dependent on him. He'd never realized how much it was the opposite. He'd been dependent on her. Depended on her to bring the laughter and the warmth back to him when he returned from a mission. Depended on her laughter and her love to keep him human. And you tolerated that, he asked her. I loved being helpless for him. Then. I've grown up, Noah. I'm not a doll. I'm not dumb. And I can survive without a big strong man to lean on. I've proved it. To myself and to anyone else who thought I was no more than the dumb blonde I let them see. Hell, I was 18 when I married Nathan. 20 when he was lost on that last mission. I loved him with all my soul, but I'm a woman now and games aren't a part of who or what I am. And you may as well get used to it. Because I won't play the simpleton for you. Your husband didn't deserve you. His jaw was so tight it looked ready to crack. He deserved all of me, she said softly. The fact that he didn't have it was my own fault. That. And my youth. But we would have grown into each other. I believe. We would have learned all Those things neither of us had shown the other at that point. She watched curiously as he made a turn onto a dirt road rather than continuing to Odessa as she thought he was doing. The truck lights speared into the darkness, picking up the pine and pion, lighting their way as he cut into a small canyon, turned the track around, and cut the lights. We're here, why? She looked around in the darkness. For this. He turned, unclipped her seat belt, and a second later, the back of her seat met the back seat of the dual cab, creating a bed, of sorts. I didn't know it did that, she exclaimed nervously as he lifted her, pushing her until her head rested on that back seal and his hands gripped her waist. His breathing was hard. Deep. She could see the wild glitter of his eyes, the hunger in his face. You had no business staying here, he bit out again. No business putting up with the bastards that stare at you as though you should be in their beds while they sweat over you. As though you're a toy for their amusement. Jealousy, it poured from him. It glittered in his eyes and struck an independent nerve she didn't know she had. Am I more than that to you? Her hands lay by her head. She didn't push him away. She didn't fight against the arousal building inside her. You're bitching over something you want yourself. Noah. Possession. He parted his lips as though to speak. To answer her. A second later his head lowered and he caught her lips in a kiss instead. Like a match to gasoline, the hunger and the need exploded inside them just that fast. Noah could explain, but not fully, the need to fuck her in that pickup truck. The fact she had let him drive it, thinking he was another man. That she had sat next to him, that the irrational jealousy was eating him alive. He wanted to imprint himself on the truck and on the woman. He wanted to make damned sure no other man ever drove this truck, ever fucked this woman. His possessiveness bit into his guts like a demon. The unfairness of it was uppermost in his mind, but the need overpowered the thought and left him helpless to fight it. He had known, before he left her, during his capture and after, that there were plenty of men willing to fill Sabella's bed. He'd assumed that after 3 years, she would have had a lover. At times he had wished she had so he could have walked away and never had to look back. But as her kiss filled him, as he took it with a desperation, a hunger, that only continued to build inside him, he knew it wouldn't have mattered. They would have still ended up here, one way or the other. The clock had been ticking, each second drawing him back, his hunger for her would have eventually proved to be too much. Tonight, though, he might have gone too far. Only Rory knew that Nathan had readjusted the lever on the seats in the truck that would allow it to create a small bed within the dual cab. 2. Make the front seats lower all the way back to meet the edge of the back seats and hold their position there. The headrests folded back once the seat was lowered automatically, creating a wedge between the seat and the floor to keep it sturdy. It had been done with every intention of eventually doing this. Taking Sabella parking. He'd never gotten around to it. But now, that obsession he had always fought with his wife rose inside him, ripping at his mind. She thought her husband dead. Gone. And she had allowed another man to touch her, hold her, to drive his damned truck. After tonight, no matter what the future brought, no other man would have what was his. His hands tightened on her hips as he growled against her lips. His tongue stroked inside her mouth, licked over hers, and the pulsing awareness of need flowed around them like bands of flames, tightening on them. He didn't feel the stretch and pull at the tender healing flesh of his wounds. He didn't give a damn. All he felt was Sabella, her hands gripping the leather of the back seat as he kissed her. Craved her. Jerking his head back, he stared down at her. Moonlight flowed into the cab of the truck, caressed her face, her dove-grey eyes, and swollen lips. Beneath the thin silky blouse her breasts rose and fell as she panted for air. Noah had to clench his teeth to keep from tearing the blouse from her body. Levering himself over her, he stared down at her body. The skirt had ridden up her thighs, nearly showing her panties, kicking a punch of reaction in his gut that stole his breath. Her thighs shimmered in the moonlight, like satin, like sweet, soft magic. Sabella had always been magic to him. Loving her had been his salvation and his greatest torment, his fiercest hunger. You're perfect. He laid his hand against her thigh, watched the lightly toned muscle ripple around his touch, felt her response against his palm. Not hardly, she whispered, the throaty sound slicing through his senses with a surge of lust he could barely contain. He smoothed his hand over her thigh, petting, caressing. The feel of her was like a narcotic, going to his head faster than any drug. I want you naked. He wanted it until it filled his head with nothing but the remembered sight and feel of her. Keep your hands up there. He pushed them to the back of the seat, watching as her fingers curled beneath the shallow indent between seat and cushioned back. That's a good girl. Just let me touch you. But I like touching you too. She arched as his fingers went to the little buttons of her blouse. They were almost too tiny, his fingers almost too clumsy. God, he wanted her until he was shaking with it. Adrenaline spiked through him. He could feel it. He could feel the advanced lust that surged inside him, just at the thought of having her naked. No other woman would do. No woman but Sabella had the power to do this to him. Even during his stay in hell, when the erection throbbing between his thighs had been in agony, he couldn't bear the thought of touching another woman. He always knew. No matter how dazed the lust and the drug made him. No matter how much the women they brought to him looked like Sabella, the second he touched their skin, he knew. Knew it wasn't his wife, his life, he was touching. I dream of you, he murmured as the edges of her shirt parted, flashing pretty, pale flesh. Dream. Had dreamed. Of touching you. Tasting you. Why dream? She watched him with shadowed, dark eyes, her lashes feathering her cheeks. You don't have to dream, Noah. I'm right here. He smoothed the shirt aside, stared down at her breasts, covered in nothing but the thinnest lace. Her nipples hard, pointed. He knew the shape of them. The color of them. How they felt beneath his tongue, in his mouth. He knew and he hungered for more. No woman should have the power over a man that this woman held over him. But he'd accepted the power she had long ago. He had accepted it. Loved it. Relished the heat and the need that flowed between them. He pulled her hands from where she gripped the bottom of the seat back, lifted her and drew the shirt over her shoulders, his hands stroking her flesh. He had to clench his teeth as her lips found his neck. She licked his flesh, her lips smoothed over it. He wanted to howl with the need striking hard and deep at his balls. He pushed the shirt from her arms, then flicked open the little hooks on her bra and drew it from her as well. God, her breasts. What was it about a woman's breasts that so fascinated a man? Hard, tight nipples. Smooth, luscious mounds. A woman's response showed in her breasts. They became swollen, flushed. Nipples darkened, lengthened, and tasted like pure, sweet desire. His hands flattened on her back, holding her in a half-reclined position as his head lowered to the tight points of her nipples. He curled his tongue around one and her moan raced over his senses like a caress. I love your nipples, he sighed, pursing his lips and kissing one tight point with a soft suckling motion. So sweet and tight. So hot and hard. She tensed, arched. Noah slid her to the middle of the seat, straddled her legs, holding her, laying her back, and lowered his head again. I'm going to suck your nipples, Sabella. Suck them so sweet and deep that you come from that alone. He had done that for her, once. Long ago. In those months before they married. He'd had her so hot, so wet, teased her perfect body with merciless hunger until the suction at one sweet nipple caused her to come. He wanted that again. He wanted her wild and waiting for his lips against her pussy. Her juices. Thick and slick, clinging to his lips. He wanted her so wet, so hot, the imprint of their lust so deep. Inside this vehicle that she never allowed another man inside it with her. She writhed beneath him as his head lowered again. He licked around her nipple. Kissed beneath the swollen mound. His teeth raked close to her nipple, he nipped at the creamy flesh and left a soft, reddened mark as he drew it into his mouth. Branded her. The little love bite would darken, mark her as his. So sweet and lush. He drew his shirt over his head as he watched her and tossed it aside. I want to touch you. Her voice was thick with desire now, dazed, hungry. Let me touch you. Noah. Not yet. He ran his palms over her arms, pressed her hands deeper between the seat bottom and back. Hold on right there. Don't move your hands, or we'll stop. The hell they would. If she touched him he was going to go up in flames and slam inside her so hard and fast that neither of them would know what hit them. Stay right there, Sibella. Stay there, and let me love you. Chapter 19. What was he doing to her? There were aspects of him that bore no resemblance to the husband. She remembered, that drew parts of herself free that she knew Nathan had never possessed. Just as he gave her the parts of himself that she hadn't known during their marriage. She arched as his hands cupped her breasts, just rough enough to spike an air of danger and overwhelming hunger. Pressing the mountains together as he licked around her nipples, stroked his fingers over them, then his tongue. Nathan had always been a thorough lover, but now, it was as though the hunger that raged inside him raged for everything. Every part of her. Even her soul. And her breasts were so sensitive. Her nipples were hard points of pure sensation. His short, closely cropped beard rasped against her flesh. His lips smoothed and nipped, and his tongue. She arched, twisted, and tried to get closer to that diabolic tongue as each lick around the tight points sent rapturous spikes of sensation tearing into her pussy. She was so wet. So sensitive. She needed so bad that the moans falling from her lips were more please, begging need, than anything else. You like this? Confidence, pleasure, filled his gravelly voice. I hate it, she panted, lying, knowing better. Noah chuckled, and for a moment she was thrown back in time. That chuckle, rough, velvety, was a sound from the past and nearly threw her into orgasm as he chose that moment to swipe his lips over a hard nipple. I bet you're so wet, he crooned roughly. If I stroked my tongue through your pussy, your juices would cling to it. Caress my lips and make me high with the taste of your need. That tone, it was almost lyrical, despite the rough pitch of his voice. Sibella shivered at the sound, and felt more of her juices easing past her intimate lips, coating her bare flesh. Once I get down there, your curls are going to be soaked, aren't they, Sibella? She smiled up at him. I'd have to have curls there for that, Noah. He froze. His eyes glowed. His expression contorted with so much lust, so much hunger, that the sight of it sent a hard convulsion of sensation straight to her womb. Oh yes, her Nathan loved her bare. He had loved sucking at the curl-free lips, licking them, kissing them. His breathing roughened, rasping from his throat as his jaw tightened. Bare. The muscles in his chest and biceps tightened, bulged. All bare, Noah. She smiled, a slow, knowing smile. All soft and silky. Nothing but flesh. He jerked as though a lash had been laid to him. One hand moved to his jeans, pulled his belt loose, tore open his jeans. His head lowered to her breasts again and she nearly screamed as his lips covered her nipple. He was releasing himself. Stroking himself. Sibella knew he was and she wanted to touch. She wanted to taste. But his lips were consuming her, the pleasure driving hard, brutal lashes of pleasure into her womb, her pussy, until she felt an eruption. Not a hard orgasm. A rush of fiery ecstasy detonated her womb and washed through her vagina. She cried out, shuddering and jerking against the pleasure as his tongue flickered over her nipple. And a groan tore from his chest. He jerked up, then shifted, one hand burying in her hair, lifting her head and giving her exactly what she wanted. The thick knob of his cock pierced her lips and she sucked it in greedily. One hand pulled at the front snap of her skirt, jerked at the zipper and pushed the material to her thighs. Sibella lifted, using one hand to help him divest her of the skirt, leaving only her panties covering her hips. Silk thongs that did nothing to hold back the moisture glazing her now. She swallowed the head of his erection into her mouth, licked the underside, sucked and moaned around the taste of the precum that had spilled from the tiny slit at the tip. Yes, he hissed with brutal pleasure. God, your mouth is good. So hot and wet. Suck me. Deeper, Sibella. Suck it deeper, baby. Just a little bit deeper. She took him deeper, flattening her tongue as he slid in and back, slow, deliberate strokes that filled her mouth and her senses with his taste. Noah stared down at her, watching her as she watched him, her mouth moving over the torturously hard knob of his cock. Her mouth was so hot. So brutally good. God, sucking him. Like she loved it. Loved the taste of him, the feel of him in her mouth. And he loved his dick in her mouth. Loved watching her, that little edge of innocence in her expression making him harder, hungrier, if possible. As though she were almost a virgin. Almost. As innocent as the first time he took her. Noah gripped the base of his cock, his thighs tightening, as she slid one hand up his thigh. Cupped his balls. He snarled at the ecstasy of her touch. The firm, liquid hot suction of her mouth. He ran his hand down her flexing abdomen, pushed his fingers beneath her panties, and paused. Not yet. If he let his fingers feel the slick moisture now, he'd lose it. He'd pulse between her lips. Fill her hot mouth with his cum and all hope of control would be shot to hell. Look how bad you are. He let a tight, approving grin curl his lips as she teased him with her lips and tongue. She pulled back, curled her tongue over the lip, flickered against it as a groan tore from his chest. He pulled his fingers back from beneath her panties, stared down at her with wicked promise. Then laid a light, sensual little tap against her pussy, over the wet silk of her panties. She froze. Her grey eyes nearly went black, then her mouth covered the head of his cock and she was sucking with hungry, aroused demand. Like that, baby, he whispered. Should I spank that pretty pussy for you? She jerked, the sweet suction of her mouth deepened, drawing his balls impossibly tighter as he laid another heavy caress to the silk-covered mound and nearly blew every ounce of cum tightening through his cock. Sabella tried to scream as she sucked him deep. The heavy caresses, not really smacks but a deep, fiery impact against her sensitive flesh, were flashing through her nerve endings, ripping through the rest of her body. It was nothing gentle. She didn't want gentle. For each fiery caress she sucked him deeper. Firmer, lashed her tongue over the sensitive crest and told him with more than words the pleasure tearing through her. You love it. He cupped her pussy, rotated the pad of his palm over her clit. You like it just a little rough, don't you, baby? Just a little bit. Enough to make it burn. She loved the burn. She couldn't believe he was doing this, here in his truck. He'd never done anything this extreme. In the whole time she had known him before his disappearance. He had never loved her like this. Taken her with such lust and hunger. Holy hell! Noah felt the need exploding his brain. Adrenaline punched through his system. Lust sliced through his senses. He wasn't going to be able to hold back. If he didn't get her sweet mouth off his cock, he was going to explode. He pulled back. Smoothed his palm over her wet panties and heard her sharp intake of breath. He laid another heated caress. It wasn't a slap, it was a heavy pat, enough to make her burn, to make her clit pulse and throb, but not enough to make her come. Not yet. He wanted her to come on his lips, against his tongue. He wanted to feel her pussy clenching, creaming, tightening for him. He pulled back, lifted her, moved her until her head was in the corner across from the steering wheel. He spread her legs wide, stared down at the pale peach wet silk that covered her mound. He drew her panties over her thighs, pressed her legs together, her knees back, lifting her legs as he drew the silk off her legs and then stared down at the pretty pink folds and the curve of her ass. Smoothing his hand over the pretty rise of her butt, he lifted it, then tapped it. Just a little smack. The light of the moon gleamed over the pale flesh as his fingers slid to the narrow cleft, caressed. Felt her juices coating the little entrance there, below her pussy. Do you need, baby? Noah. She moaned his name, her voice dazed, her fingers clawing at the leather seats behind her, marking them forever. The abuse to the leather filled him with a sharp surge of satisfaction. Marked. Branded by her passion. Just as he was. He lowered her legs, spread them again, and stared at the pretty, shadowed folds of her pussy. His jaw clenched. He wanted to see more. He flipped on the dim floor lights, his jaw clenching, teeth grinding at the sight of the silky moisture glazing her pussy. I'm going down on you, he bit out, moved back until one knee braced on the floor and his head lowered to the sweet, pretty flesh of her pussy. His Sabella. Wet. Hot. God. Noah. Yes. Her hips arched to him. What do you want, Sibella? He breathed over the wet flesh. Tell me, baby. Tell me how you want it. Slow and sweet. He licked through the swollen folds, gathered her juices, and groaned. At the fresh, sweet taste of her. Or hard. Fast. He lifted her, shoved his tongue inside her as a thin, ragged scream left her lips. He felt the delicate, feminine muscles clamping on his tongue, milking it. His cock jerked in. Response. The engorged crown throbbed, pulsed. Hell! If he didn't touch her, taste her, take her, he was going to die. If he didn't have her one more time, he was going to expire. He wanted all of her. Every touch, every taste. Her hands moved to her side. Her nails dug into the folded back of the seat. Long scores, ripping the surface of the leather. Another brand. Another mark. She would never forget. Never lose the memory of who she belonged to. To him. He flicked his tongue inside her again. Licked at the sweet softness meeting his tongue, flickered over hidden nerve endings and felt her rising, lifting. She was shuddering in his grip as he pulled back. Kissed the swollen folds. Sucked at them. Licked at them, his lips moving ever closer to the swollen bud of her clit. He let his fingers part the folds. As his lips pursed over her clit, he slid one finger into the heat of her sex, the other, he worked slowly, gently, until the tip penetrated the little entrance of her ass. Noah. Her hands tangled in his hair. Her hips lifted, pressing her clit deeper between his lips. Oh God! Noah! Please! Please suck me! Suck my clit! Make me come! Oh God! Make me come! He sucked her inside, flicked his tongue around, sucked her sweet and easy, then harder. Filled his senses with the taste of her and felt the explosion rip through her. Noah jerked back. He gripped the hardened shaft of his cock with one hand as he came over her. Felt her arms curving around his shoulders as he tucked the crown against the slick, hot folds of her beautiful sweet little cunt. I want to take you slow. He could barely push the words from his lips for the sheer pleasure. Enveloping the blunt head of his cock. Slow and deep. She lifted against him, her nipples stroking over his chest, burying in the mat of hair covering it. He could feel them, like little hot pebbles burrowing against him. You're so tight, Sibella. She stared back at him, her expression tight with pleasure, her eyes heavy-lidded, her face flushed with arousal. God, he loved looking at her while he took her. Loved watching her face, the expressions that flickered across it, the almost painful need that filled it. He worked the thick crown inside her, watched her breath catch, and felt his muscles tighten as he fought to hold back. He had to hold back. Just a little bit. Just a few more minutes of sheer, overwhelming pleasure. Sibella's gaze dimmed as she felt Noah begin to push inside her. The thick crest pierced her. Worked inside her, spreading and stretching her until she could feel the burn beginning to blaze inside her. His eyes held hers, the blue candle glow, flickering with emotion, brighter, darker than they had ever been for the emotions raging through them. His eyes were shadowed, but the lust filling them wasn't. He burrowed inside her, his long hair falling over his face, touching hers, as a grimace contorted his face. I can feel you. His voice was a hard, delicious rasp. Tightening on me. She could feel the muscles inside, flexing, milking him as her juices built and flowed against the heavy width invading her. It's... She gasped. It's so good, Noah. Tight and hot, he crooned, lowering his lips to hers as her lashes fluttered closed. He brushed his lips over hers, licked the parted curves. Like a hot little mouth sucking me deep and tight. Do you feel it, Sibella? Your pussy sucking me in? Loving my dick? She jerked, cried out at the stab of pleasure that struck her womb. You like that, don't you, sweetheart? Just a little bit nasty, just a little bit rough. Just a little bit dangerous. She loved him like this. She ached for this. Realized as her lashes lifted that this was what had been missing, what he had been holding back from her during their marriage. You're a whole lot dangerous, she groaned, lifting to him, feeling her lips brush his as she spoke. Hold on tight, sugar. We're gonna make you burn brighter. Her hands tightened in his hair. His hips jerked, pushed forward with a hard, deep stroke, and a thin ragged wail tore from her lips. Fuck, yes. Scream for me. One hand gripping her hip, he tugged his cock back, the crest only poised inside her as he gave a hard, fast thrust inside her again. Sabella nearly exploded. She felt the vibration slam inside her before he stopped, not quite filling her yet, a ragged snarl falling from his lips as she screamed his name. Again. Scream for me again, Sabella. Scream my name. He pulled back. Who's fucking you? Sabella. The hard penetration filled her with him. Her hips jerked, writhed. Noah, she screamed his name. Oh God. Noah. Yet. Oh yet. He ground against her, his pubic bone rotating against her clit as he thrashed. Her legs lifting, wrapping around his hips as she fought for that last bit of pressure that would send her hurtling into release. Yet, baby. Scream my name. Noah's fucking you. Taking you. He pulled back. Who does this sweet hot pussy belong to? He impaled her, pressed hard and fast inside her, and she screamed his name again. Damn right. Noah. Noah's fucking you. Sabella opened her eyes, staring up at him in dazed need, watching his expression contort, his eyes burn brighter, darker. Then he was pushing inside her hard and fast again, and he didn't stop. The sound of flesh slapping, deep wet penetration, and her own screams filled her ears. Each slamming thrust ground him against her clit, threw her higher, harder, until she was crying out. Beginning, and then exploding into such rapturous, perfect pleasure that she could feel herself becoming lost within the sensations ripping through her. She heard him. He cried out her name, his ruined voice agonized as two more thrusts buried him. Deeper, harder, and then he was jerking inside her, against her, filling her with the heated hard pulses of his release. He filled the interior of the truck with the scent of sex and satisfaction. His scent. Her scent. They mingled, marked them, marked the seats and the vehicle and marked her soul. When he collapsed over her, his arms wrapping around her, folding her in his powerful hold. Sabella had to fight to hold back her tears, her need for explanations. She had her husband's body, held all the dark passion she had only glimpsed in him before, but she didn't have his trust. It was a hard blow, the realization that he didn't trust her, that he trusted his brother, but not her. Her arms tightened around him and a single tear slid from her eye before she could battle the rest back. For whatever reason, he was here now. Here, and hungry for her. He was still hard inside her. Moving slow and easy against her, filling her ears with his ragged breaths and his gentleness. One more time. He nipped at her ear, then kissed her neck, and his hips moved, pulling his erection, still thick and hard, back, until only the crown was poised inside her, before pushing inside her again. Slow and easy. He took her slow and easy. His lips whispered over hers, sipped at them. His tongue tasted them and slid against hers like rough velvet. And his gaze held hers. Fierce, so bright. Agonized and filled with emotions she was certain he didn't know he was showing. His jaw was locked tight. He wasn't speaking now. He was forcing the words back. Forcing back. That guttural vow he had always given her in Gaelic. The promise he had always made with his heart and with his body. Don't stop, she whispered, lifting her hand to his rough cheek, holding him to her, relishing the feel of his body sliding against hers. Never, Noah. Never stop. Their breathing was rough in the steamy heat of the truck cab. Their flesh slipped and slid against each other, against the leather seats. He groaned and his pace increased. His jaw tightened. Never stop, she cried out as she felt the ribbons of pleasure snapping inside her again, jerking her against him as she cried out his name. Oh God, Noah! Never stop! Noah pumped inside her, his release spurting with agonized pleasure inside her as he felt the final assault to his senses easing. She had always done this to him. Always made him insane to take her, as many times as he could take her. But now, that need was like a steady flame inside him. Having her enough would never happen. He pulled her into his arms as they fought for breath, his body curled around hers on the makeshift bed of the truck cab, the leather wet beneath them. He let his hands stroke over her, ease her. Her back was to his chest, his hips spooned against her, and he should have been uncomfortable. He wasn't. He was holding her, brushing her hair back from her face before kissing her brow gently. Okay, he whispered as he felt her breathing finally steady. Her little laugh was thready, almost tearful. Does a life count? Her voice was hushed, as soft as his. As though to speak any louder would somehow damage the intimacy enfolding them. I definitely want you alive. He smiled at her, his fingers stroking down her bare arm as her head lay on the pillow of his other arm. She was relaxed, soft against him. Like a lazy little cat. All that was missing was the purr. This is nice, she murmured, turning to stare up at him, flowing against him like silk. You're very hardcore, aren't you, Noah? He granted at that. You call that hardcore? Baby, that was just a little snack. Playtime. He grinned as her eyes widened in playful surprise. I might not survive it if you get serious then. Her lips pursed at the thought. Maybe I should double up on my vitamins. He nipped the tip of her nose, almost laughing at her expression as he stroked his fingers along her hip. Very bad girl, he warned her. You could end up getting spanked. But I like getting spanked. She looked up at him from the corners of her eyes. You're all threat, she broke off. God. She pushed her fingers roughly through her hair. She had almost called him Irish. Almost. Let her knowledge of who he was slip past her lips. You what? Noah grinned, pulling back. Her expression seemed to even out, a rueful smile pulling at her lips. I think you're all talk. His eyes narrowed. I could say different. Tonight. She laughed, a low, lazy sound. Let's go home first. The bed is more comfortable. Home. He paused as he stared down at her. Home, hey. Her gaze flickered as though some uncomfortable thought had suddenly invaded her mind. A reminder that it wasn't his home maybe? He was the other man. The man holding her, fucking her, while her heart belonged to the man he had been. Fuck, he was going to have to stop this. He could finish the long, slow slide into insanity if he continued to let himself be jealous of himself. Back to the house. She finally shrugged. Home is only where you want to be, I guess. If you prefer the bed at the apartment, then that's your choice. She lifted away from him, gathered her clothes from the floor of the truck, and began dressing. I hurt you. I didn't mean to. He frowned at her back. Shit. He needed to get a handle on himself. How long do you intend to stick around, Noah? The question surprised him. Noah narrowed his eyes at her, aware that she was deliberately keeping her back to him. Do you want me to leave? An irritated little sniff sounded through the cab of the truck. Feminine. Filled with ire. Did I ask you to leave? Perhaps I'm just curious if you intend to stick around or if you have other plans anytime soon. There was a tension in her voice that had his body tightening. Other plans, such as what? Such as leaving. She shrugged. You blew into town from nowhere. Took over my life and my bed. Perhaps I'd just like to know if you're considering more than a few one-night stands. She wanted commitment. Sabella wasn't a easy lay, he had known that when he first met her. Yet, here he was, knowing when this mission finished it would be time to leave. There are some things I have to leave to take care of soon, he finally warned her. He couldn't promise her anything yet, not yet. He couldn't promise her forever until he knew if signing his life away to the elite ops meant signing everything away. Sabella closed her eyes and fought the pain. Which was worse? She wondered. Losing him to a supposed death, or having him walk away voluntarily. The latter would hurt worse, but at least she wouldn't wonder. She would know he was safe. Know he was alive. But that didn't keep the anger from burning inside her like an inferno that only seemed to grow. I see. She buttoned her blouse in hard, jerky movements before reaching for her panties and skirt. What do you see? He seemed genuinely curious. You're not future material, just a quick lay wherever you happen to be. She shrugged as though it didn't matter. Damn him. Damn him to hell. Fuck it. Screw it. She'd had enough of this. Enough, as of now. She jerked her skirt on. Get dressed. I need to get home. I have things to do tomorrow and they don't include lying around all day. I've wasted enough of my life as it is. What the hell does that mean? His voice turned cold. Stony. She turned back to him, watching as he levered up, glaring back at her with narrowed eyes. Exactly what I said. I've spent too many years grieving for a man who didn't love me enough to keep his ass alive and come back home to me. She let her gaze flick disdainfully over him. I'll be damned if I'll waste so much as another day on a man who doesn't even care enough to let me know if he intends to stick around for a while. Promises are for fools, Sabella, he rasped. You should have learned that with your husband. You're damned right. I should have. She threw his pants at him. There are a lot of lessons I should have learned with my husband. Starting with the fact that he was a son of a bitch who obviously didn't know how to love anything but himself and his fucking job. Lesson learned. I won't make that same mistake with you. His shirt hit him in the face. Get dressed. I'm fucked out and ready to sleep now. In my bed. Alone. Like hell. Hell describes it, she muttered. But it beats sleeping with a no-commitment asshole who doesn't mind a bit to fuck and run. Now, take me home. Her eyes were dry. There were no tears. She watched as he dressed, and the bastard, he didn't even struggle or contort to do it. He watched her with narrowed, fierce eyes. I'll be sleeping in that bed with you, he promised her. I might be a no-commitment asshole, and a luckless son of a bitch, but don't forget, while I'm here, you're mine. She stared back at him. Keep dreaming, Noah Blake. Because my bed is the last damned place you belong. Chapter 20. Noah twirled the wrench between his fingers and chewed thoughtfully at his gum as he watched Sabella 2 days later. She hadn't been joking. She'd kicked him right out of her bed, and apparently, out of her life. For now at least. He watched her from beneath lowered lashes as he pretended to stare into the guts of the SUV he was supposed to be working on. You're hard at work, hey? Nick leaned against the fender and peered into the motor. Need some help? Sure, Noah murmured absently. Any word? Word on the DNA samples they had slipped to the bunker and Jordan had shipped out for testing. Delbert had picked up his pickup that morning. The sneering smug little turd. He'd looked at Noah as though he had crawled out of the dump pit when Noah had informed him there was no way to juice up his motor. Let him juice his own motor. By time the feds were finished taking that son of a bitch apart, searching for the evidence Noah had left, good ole Delbert was going to be too busy to be worrying about juice. No word, Nick answered. I could use some help this evening though, if you are not busy. They both glanced at Sabella in the office then. She was frowning over something Toby had said. She hadn't braided her hair this morning. She hadn't worked on one of the cars this morning. She'd worked in the office, done the filing, made Toby crazy as she butted in and did his job. I don't appear to be busy, he drawled, twirled the wrench and stared at the waves of dark hair framing Sabella's face as she turned her frown to the papers on the desk. How did you screw up? Nick asked then. The wrench paused then moved deliberately through his fingers. Who says I screwed up? His wife had said it. His wife, and she'd thrown him out of his truck. Even worse, she'd thrown him out of their bed. Threatened to call the sheriff if he didn't leave. Son of a bitch, could anybody be more tangled than he was right now? She was right. He was slime. A bastard. A no-commitment son of a bitch who didn't deserve to be anywhere close to her. He threw the wrench in the toolbox at his side, hearing the clank and clatter as he jerked a greasy rag from the fender and wiped his hands quickly. What kind of help do you need? Nick scratched his jaw and looked at where Noah had thrown the wrench. I need to go see a friend, Nick stated, the code smooth, rueful. A meeting had obviously been called at the bunker. Hell. Noah plowed his fingers through his hair and grimaced. He'd have to tag Rory, put him with Sabella. After the attempt on Toby, Noah was terrified too. Leave her alone. Sorry, dude. You promised. Nick slapped him on the shoulder. But you know, it's not like you. Can't have your cake and eat it too. She's a fine woman. She'd make any man an even finer wife. I'd consider that if I were you. Walk away, and someone else will step in eventually. Is that what you want? Noah felt his lip twitch as fury began to burn inside him. He shot the big Russian a hard look and only got a cold smile in return. Yet he'd promised. It had been his fucking hand that signed the papers, giving his soul to the elite ops rather than returning to his wife. He'd been warned then, he could never return to his old life. There was no resignation, there was no opting out unless he was dead. And there was no revealing who and what he was, but there was no clause that hadn't said Noah Blake couldn't marry or fall in love. But could he keep his Bella and remain here, in his hometown, and maintain the illusion of who he was forever? The elite ops wasn't a prison, but the consequences of breaking contract weren't pretty. Gitmo wasn't a place Noah wanted to be. If he revealed who he was, what he was, and it was learned, he could be shipped out as an enemy combatant and never be seen again. The question was, could he remain with Sabella and never tell her he was the husband she had lost? Could he live with hating one part of himself because his wife still longed for something she thought could never return? The jealousy was like an acrid burn in his soul, and despite his determination to keep her, Noah wondered how long he could actually stay and have that life with her while maintaining his secrets. The wife who wasn't a damn thing like the pretty little thing he'd left 6 years ago. The Sabella who had stared back at him, dry-eyed and furious, 2 nights before was nothing like the tender, soft-hearted young woman he had left when he went on that last, fateful mission. The woman he remembered shedding tears when she saw new wounds on his body after a mission. He'd seen the horror in her eyes over a shallow knife cut. He'd seen the nightmares in her eyes when he returned, exhausted, from 6 to 8 weeks, sometimes longer, deployed into areas he could barely pronounce the name of. The Sabella he had known would have broken at the sight of his face, destroyed from so many beatings. His back, chest, and thighs lashed to ribbons from a whip. Starved down and so desperate to fuck he was like an animal. He'd been like an animal for 3 years. Jacking off until his dick felt raw, and on the retraining missions, he'd been the demon of death. He didn't ask questions. He didn't pull punches. He didn't give anyone the chance to strike at him, capture him. He'd thought his life with Sabella was over. The woman he had thought he had known couldn't accept the man he had become. And he'd learned he'd never known the woman he had loved. Not all the way to the bone. He'd only known what he'd wanted to see. The helpless little blonde southern baby. Sexy and vulnerable. And so young. It was what he had wanted to see, because seeing the strength in the core of her would have given him a clue into the future, into a woman who would have stood by him no matter how broken he had been. And his damned pride, that was it, his pride, hadn't been able to consider the thought of Sabella ever seeing him as less than what he wanted to be in her eyes. Invincible. But he hadn't been invincible. It had taken Fuentes almost 2 years, but before his rescue, Noah had known it wouldn't be long before he lost the will to live or to fight. And Sabella had been there with him. In the darkest nights, the bleakest days, she had been there through it all, holding on to his soul. That damned woman had a spine like steel and a look that could flay a man's flesh at 100 paces. If she deigned to look at him. She was the woman who had held him through hell, through her dreams. And he had thought she wasn't strong enough to hold him broken and in pain. He'd been a fool. And now, walking away from her just might kill him. But staying, what if staying could kill her? What time do we need to leave? He finally asked Nick, forcing his gaze away from Sabella. Just after the garage shuts down. At dark. They would enter the bunker under the cover of night, lights off and on stealth mode. He nodded slowly. I'll let my friend know we'll be there, Nick murmured as Noah rubbed the back of his neck and moved from the garage to the convenience store where Rory was taking his turn manning the counter. The convenience store was empty. One of those lulls that came every few hours. Rory watched him approach, his blue eyes flat, his expression set. Rory had been watching him like that for a week now. What do you need? His brother crossed his arms over his chest as he glanced at the closed door between the store and the office. I have to go out this evening. Noah stared back at Rory curiously. Someone else had changed in the past years. Maybe Rory had grown up. Noah felt his chest clench at the knowledge that he had missed it. His baby brother. Their father had cast him and his mother off, refused to acknowledge the black-haired, red-faced infant he'd created with the dark-haired shop clerk from Odessa. Grandpop had taken him instead. The squalling little scrap of flesh that no one wanted but an old man and a 10-year-old boy. Noah had helped raise Rory, and he'd missed whatever moment Rory had faced that turned him from a lazy, reckless young man to the man facing him now. Fine. You go out, I'll watch her. It's what I've been doing all along anyway. Rory shrugged, that thread of anger warning Noah exactly what the problem was. The same problem Sabella was having. He breathed out roughly and glanced at the door. She doesn't need to know, he finally said, his voice hard as he turned back to Rory. She still has her memories of what was. She doesn't need to know what it became. I said I'd watch her. Rory grunted. I didn't ask for your excuses. What the hell do you want to ask me for then, kid? Noah bit out. Spit it out before it eats you alive. Before it eats you alive. Rory smiled mockingly. Don't worry, man. I got nothing to bitch at you about. You're free and easy, right? Go be free and easy. I have work to do. Noah glanced at the door again. In the past 2 days, he could have sworn he felt her tears. Her pain. Get off that attitude, Rory, he told his brother Warren. This thing is getting too close. I have to be able to trust you to handle the fallout. When things went to hell, Rory had to get Sabella out of town. He wanted her out of it, away from it. I know my responsibilities, Rory assured him, a snap in his voice. Damn good thing one of us remembers. Before Noah could stop the reaction, his hand snapped out, his fingers gripping Rory's neck. His brother's eyes widened as Noah gritted his teeth and pulled back. Slowly. Don't forget them. He was aware of Sabella standing in the doorway, the doorknob gripped in her hand, as she stared between Noah and Rory. She was pale. There were dark shadows under her eyes. His cock jerked, already erect, he swore. It only hardened impossibly further at the sight of her. Do you two have a problem I need to know about? Rory's jaw clenched. No problem, Belle, he answered for both of them. He just grates on the nerves sometimes, I guess. Do tell. She arched her brow as she stepped from the office. I'm going out for a while. Toby has the office and I'm getting on his nerves. There are cars in the bay, Noah gritted out. And you're so handy with them, she stated coolly as she moved from the office and closed the door behind her. I'll see the two of you in the morning. Where the hell are you going? The words were out of his mouth before he could hold them back. Noah could feel the tension brewing in him, between them. She wanted promises. She should have learned how easily promises could be broken. He knew. He knew, and it ravaged his soul. Tore at his guts minute by minute, knowing, at any moment, any promise he made to her could be like dust. Like death. Simply gone. It's none of your business where I'm going, Mr. Blake, she told him. But if you must know, I thought I'd go clean house. Her eyes met his and he felt something constrict in his soul. See y'all tomorrow. She moved to the cooler, grabbed a cold water, and left the store. Noah watched her walk across the asphalt of the station lot and take the walkway up to the house. She moved slow and easy, her hips shifting, ass bunching. His hands clenched at the remembered feel of those curves under his hands. 2 days without her and it felt like another 6 years. You're killing her, Rory said then. You fly back in here, make her live again, and then. Suddenly, she's hollow-eyed and quiet. I hate you for that, Noah. And Noah nodded slowly. Yet, he understood that. Related. Felt it. He hated himself. He shook his head and moved from the store, back to the garage. He had vehicles to fix, a mission to finish. Things were better this way. She wasn't hiding in the house, burrowed in the bed, grieving for a man who no longer existed. She was pissed. Probably hurt. But this one she could survive, he told himself. He picked up the wrench and braced his hands on the frame of the SUV and wondered if he would survive it. Because he could feel the pain fracturing inside him, spreading through him. Until the ache was like an open wound. Until the need for her touch, her laughter, her smile, sliced at his soul. Sabella walked into the house and slammed the door closed. She was met by pictures. Dozens. And dozens of pictures that filled the living room. Pictures of Nathan, of her and Nathan, Nathan. And Grandpop and Rory and Nathan. They stared at her, mocking her. She moved to the fireplace, to the mantel, and lifted the trifold frame. And she smiled. There. Wedding picture. How young she had been. How stupid. She let her finger trace over Nathan's strong jaw. It wasn't as blunt now, it was sharper, leaner. She'd been on the computer that morning, researching what kind of damage could have caused that. Shattered bones had been the most likely cause. Or broken bones that had rehealed improperly. She closed her eyes and swallowed tight. Repairing it would have been almost as painful as the cause. His lower lip wasn't as full as it had been, and there was a fine web of barely detectable scarring at one side. She leaned her head against the picture of the man she had been married to. I love you, she whispered. I love you, Noah. Because he was Noah now, and she knew it. Nathan still lived inside him, but she had a feeling Noah was the man Nathan had never given her. She replaced the picture before she trudged up the stairs and moved to the shower. She'd promised Sienna and Kira she would meet them at one of the bars in town later. One of the few. Rick didn't fight Sienna over going to. Rick was as protective of his wife as Nathan had been over her, long ago and far away. She shook her head at that thought. She had several hours before she needed to get ready for that little girl's night out. She walked into the bedroom, stared at the bed. She started by stripping off the comforter, then the sheets. The pillowcases that still held his scent. She changed the bed, packed the sheets downstairs to the washer, and poured the detergent and bleach to them. She walked to the basement, pulled free one of the most expensive bottles of his wine and brought it upstairs. Hell, it wasn't as though he needed it. He wasn't sticking around and she damned sure wasn't packing it up for him. She cleaned house and drank the wine. She dusted and scrubbed. She cleaned the scent of him out of her home. She changed her comforter, pulled the pillows from the guest room and placed those on her bed. They definitely didn't smell like Noah. She turned the music up loud. Godsmack, 9 Inch Nails. All those pesky hard rock bands. Noah had always hated. And she hadn't played them when he was home. She finished the wine. And let the glow suffuse her. She filed and painted her finger and toenails. She showered, lotioned her body, fixed her hair. And put on the makeup she hadn't worn in 3 years. The dainty little ankle bracelet he had bought her while they were dating graced her ankle. She smiled with a mocking little twist of her lips as she clasped a silver necklace around her neck. And attached the silver armband to her upper arm that he had bought her just before the son of a bitch died. Bastard, she muttered. Has to leave to sort some things out, does he? Screw it. It wasn't like she had asked him for the truth. She'd asked if he was staying. That wasn't uncalled for. It wasn't wrong and it sure as hell wasn't pressure. He was her husband. She stared at the gold wedding band she had taken off only months before. She had to blink back her tears as she picked it up, stared at it. Inside, Gossiere had been engraved. Celtic for forever. She had finally looked it up. It meant forever. His vow to her. Forever didn't last long enough. But she slid the ring on the ring finger of her right hand. She was a widow, right? That's where widows wore then rings. Her husband was indeed dead. Because her husband would have never told her he had to leave, to sort some things out. She inhaled roughly, trying to ignore the sense of comfort the ring brought her, even on the wrong finger. Pulling on snug jean shorts and a sleeveless blouse, she clenched her teeth, forcing herself to go. Through with this little girl's night out Sienna was so determined to have. She tucked the shirt into her shorts and threaded the leather belt through the loops. She slid a toe ring on. Something else he had bought her. She wiggled her toes, eyeing the cherry red polish critically before sliding her feet into stylish leather sandals. She spritzed herself with the softly scented cologne she had always favored, then headed back downstairs. Striding into the kitchen, she heard the Harley and went to the window to watch as its headlight cut through the darkness and sped away from the garage. Where was he going? Another fight? He was here for a mission, she reminded herself. She knew he was, she just hadn't figured out what it was. And she hadn't asked. That was dumb of her. Because she hadn't wanted the inevitable question to come up. What happened when the mission or assignment was over? What happened when he no longer had a reason to be in Alpine? And now she knew. He'd have to leave. To sort some things out. She shook her head, picked up the phone, and called a cab. She didn't want to drive tonight. She intended to enjoy this little outing Sienna had guilted her into. She intended to dull her senses just enough to laugh with her friends, to be a girl again. It had been a damned long time since she had been a woman, just for the sake of being a woman. Too many years since she had felt a sense of freedom. And that freedom hurt. It hurt like hell. She shoved a credit card and her house keys in the back pocket of her jeans and went out to the front porch to await her ride. Sabella knew she was too damned pissed to be leaving the house. Too hurt. She should face Noah with what she knew, scream and demand the truth, but pride held her back. Who wanted a man who stayed simply because a woman reminded him that he was married? As the cab drew into the driveway, she watched Rory step out of the convenience store, staring up at the drive. Pull down to the garage first, she told Art Strickman, the young man driving the cab that night. His daddy owned 3 cabs, and they all kept up a steady business. Especially on a Friday night. Yes, Ms. Malone. He flashed her a smile before turning and driving to the front of the convenience store. Rory was waiting on her. Where the hell are you going? Rory took one look at her and barely managed to keep his mouth from dropping open. Holy hell! Noah was going to explode. This was the Sabella he knew. This woman standing in front him of looking like a damned goddess. Her hair all fluffed around her face, her eyes smoky in the dim light, legs a mile long. And nails painted cherry red. Girls' night out. She wagged her brows. I'll be back late, so make sure you lock up tight and take the bank bag with you. I'll get it in the morning. Hell, Belle. He swallowed tightly. Hang around a bit. I'll go with you. I close up in an hour. Girls' night out, Rory. She patted his cheek with a mocking little laugh. Sienna and Kira Richards are waiting on me. I've just put away a bottle of Nathan's 1800 and something French wine, and I'm heading out to have a little fun. You can survive without me. Shit. Shit. He pushed his fingers through his hair and stared around the lot as he heard the door open behind him. Ms. Malone. Wow. You're hot, Toby almost cackled. You're going out tonight? Ain't he sweet? Belle wrinkled her nose back at him. Girls' night out, Toby. Make sure you get a ride home, no walking. Promise. You betcha. Toby laughed. Tell me where you're going. Maybe we'll join you. Sabella shot him a sharp look. Do I look like I need a babysitter? She waved her hand down her body as she cocked her hip with feminine arrogance. Rory and Toby both nearly swallowed their tongues at the look. Rory swore Noah was going to detonate like a nuclear bomb when he caught sight of this. And oh boy, Rory did intend to make damned certain his brother knew his wife was out on the town looking like a sex goddess visiting for a little down and dirty pleasure. Not that Belle looked sluttish. She looked damned good. Too damned good. Too damned hot. Dressed like the female she was, and too innocent to know what the hell she was letting all those Friday night cowboys get a glimpse of. One pissed off, hurting woman. No, ma'am. Toby was the first to speak. I just want to see the fireworks later. Rory shot Toby a silencing look. One the boy ignored. What fireworks? The ones that are going to hit Alpine when Mr. Blake finds you, Toby said, laughing. Talk about a Friday night free-for-all. Yet, Mr. No Commitment has things to sort out, Blake. Don't worry. I have a feeling he couldn't give a damn one way or the other. And she believed it. Rory saw it in her face, in her eyes. She believed to the bottom of her heart that Noah didn't give a damn. Hell. Someone was going to end up hurt tonight, and he just prayed it wasn't Sabella. Or Noah. Or God forbid, him. With his luck, Noah would rip his head off just for letting her go. But he let her go. Watched the cab pull out and breathed out roughly. How old are you, Toby? 19. But I got friends, Toby told him. I can get in any bar in town. Rory ran his gaze critically over Toby. Yet, he could pass for 21. We are such dead meat. Noah will kill us both, he snarled. Man, you can't let her go by herself if there's shit going on. And I'm not stupid. I've watched you. And Noah enough to know there's definitely shit going on, Toby snapped. We have to follow her. Call Noah, man. This is bad. It's Friday night, Rory. You know how many men are going to be hitting on her? It's like setting a baby lamb loose in a pen of wolves. Rory glanced at his watch and bit back a curse. Noah wouldn't even have cell coverage for another 2 hours. He'd warned Rory of that. Only Uncle Jordan had access. Shit. This was bad. Lock up. They turned and rushed inside. Pumps were shut down, lights turned out, and they ignored the car that pulled in, its horn blowing imperiously in front of the pumps.